Good afternoon, everybody. Let me just deal with something. Clickety clickety, typey type. Hope you enjoy your ban. Right, it's all right. Oh, you stream really well. I'd like to become your dedicated fan and support me. Add me on Discord. No. So yeah, no. Let's not be doing that. So, how is everybody doing? You'll be glad to know that I have found a workaround to last week's crashing issue, hence the stream only started once today, and it did the countdown and all of that kind of stuff. Hey, I appreciate all forms of attendance. We can only do what we can. Good luck with the thermostat. What's the thermostat on, may I ask? If you are still able to express these answers, that's fine. But yeah, you know how obviously the end of last year I was really kind of suffering a bit, and I really was kind of down and not in a happy spot. And come then, fair enough. Yeah, Karg thermostats are a bit of a pain, because you always have to remove more than you want to. Yeah, it's so the end of last year I was kind of down and miserable and suffering. And come the new year, not that I made New Year's resolutions, except for one, which is every time the dog bumps me, even though there's an entire house to exist in, I'll bump it back. That's my only New Year's resolution. I have been feeling more positive. This is a good thing. But the world is trying to drag me down, people. I really hoped, first week of this year, that I would be streaming a couple of times a week. You know, not necessarily back to most days, but at least... Well, that's quite useful. But... Well, I went back to work, didn't I? And found all the things that got broken while I was off, didn't I? And if I realistically tell you that I have done probably nearly a 50-hour week this week, and one problem, still not resolved. I mean, it's happier, but it's not solved. There have been many interesting it's not me's along the way, and then mysteriously got fixed. Do not, you know, or sorry, I won't say fixed, happier. Even when, so this morning we found yet another thing to poke at, and poking at it showed signs of happier. Till we turned it back on and it was still the same. But it was kind of unhappy. We turned it off, turned it back on, and it was happy. I spent the entire 5-hour day today collecting data for a support ticket and trying to clean it. And when I left, it was still running because it hadn't managed it in 5 hours. Now, part of the problem was that for the first hour or so, it would get a lot of the way through it and then go, out of disk space. Because, I mean, I don't know what the hell their support script's collecting, but everything down to the DNA sample of my parents' postman, I think. The actual file of the size of the file is nearly 18 gig. Now, this is just a... I can build you an operating system in less space than that. And they've generated that from my operating system. How? I mean... Anyway, I'm trying not to pay too much attention to it, because otherwise I'll be interested, and that's a problem. But yeah, so I've got a support ticket open, and basically I have been working that support ticket all frigging week, and I'm fed up with it, because it's pretty much been the same shit all year so far. So 2 odd weeks of the same stuff. So, and because it's related to finance, it's really important. And so there is a bit of me that, you know, kind of wants to see the back of it. Do not get me wrong, I'm sure they do too. But you know, some of the things that have happened along the way, which, without sharing actual details, obviously, but for any of you who are around for the days of Windows 3.11, while everyone has Explorer now, you had File Manager back then. And a lot of users didn't realise that File Manager showed you all the files, not just your files. Now, obviously, we as humanity have grown accustomed to this, but back then, it wasn't obvious to them. So, like a lot of people, let's say you want to keep your folders and your files structured, so you might have a Words folder and an Excel folder and a PowerPoint folder and, you know, pictures folder. And then underneath you might have various things such as, you know, this department, that department, this application, whatever, or, you know, family, you know, holidays, whatever, right? So people used to go into File Manager, and it's one of those like urban myths, but it's not, and see loads of files they didn't really know what they were, so move them. Awesome, I should go and have a look. And, well, then they used to get really upset that shit stopped working, because of course it did. Oh yeah, it is really easy to, well, comparatively easy to get to. That's not too bad. I mean, as always, it's kind of down there, around there. You need kind of skinny hands and preferably 3 small children. But, you know, that's comparatively to many cars, pretty easy. I'm impressed. But, so... It does feel... And when it started working, you'd say to them, so, you know, did you do anything before it started working? No. That's really quite easy. Well done, Volvo. But they'd always say no. And you'd kind of say, well, talk me through about the last couple of hours. Did it, you know, slow down? Did it, you know, was you know... And then they'd say, well, I was organising my files. And you kind of go, oh, tell me about that. And, you know, oh, yeah, I moved all my files and screwed it up. And some of this problem this week has kind of fallen into that category. Because when I went home this time last week, all was good. Now, it is not all their fault. I do need to specify that. But apparently there were some network changes. The network went to shit. So Monday and Tuesday the network was shit. No worries. And so I kind of went, you know, they said Monday, oh, we've been having a few performance issues. Such as, said, well, it's a bit slow. And I looked at it and it was a little, but we were having network issues, right? Anyway, they told me that, oh, we've moved all of our databases onto the new server. Great. And well, you know, but, you know, since this morning, it's struggling. Well, when did you do it? Friday. Okay, so I would have thought you'd have noticed Friday if it was related to you. Okay, so maybe it's just the network. Well, the network got fixed, and they asked me to reboot one of their servers. Now, numbnuts here rebooted the wrong one. There are 6 in the cluster, and basically there's like 1, 2, and 3, which were the old one, and then 1, 2, and 3, which are the new ones, right? And when they said 1, I thought it was the new one because it's got all the shit on it, and actually they meant the old one, and I rebooted the new one. It took 3.5 hours to come back up, not about an hour like normal, because normally it spends about 45 minutes going through counting its fingers and toes, and then it kind of springs up, and about 15-20 minutes later the databases have all done their thing and everything's back to the way it was. 3 hours later, well, it took over an hour before it had gone down, let alone before it came back up. And it was kind of like, what the fuck? And it was about the time that it went down that I suddenly realised that wasn't the one they meant. So I did fess up. I'm a good girl. I fessed up. Oops, I've rebooted the wrong one. But it highlighted a really fundamental problem, because in a cluster, normally, a bit like we're talking here, it's kind of like, hi, and you go, hi. Oh, you're still there, great. And you continue the conversation. And then sort of like there's a pause for thought and you go, oh, that's interesting. So they continue and all the rest of it. And clusters kind of have this kind of conversation. And there are situations where, a bit like when the internet farts and you kind of go, am I talking to myself? I think I'm talking to myself. Oh, well, then I'll just do something completely different. And when you're supposed to be sharing the rote load, if you look around the office and discover everyone's buggered off to lunch, well, now you can do it your way because no one's looking, right? And clusters kind of do the same thing. It's called split brain. And what they do is they go, I don't hear nobody. I should be hearing people. No one said they were going off to lunch. Panic, Mr. Mannering. I'll take over everything. Which is not a wrong thing, because it means that stuff gets done. But it also means things tend to reboot and, well, they don't always do it quite so gracefully. And this thing shit the bed. And, well, it rebooted everything. Just because I rebooted the wrong one. I only rebooted 1 out of 6. I mean, come on. And it took out the others. So clearly, something was unhappy. And it wasn't me, because it really should be able to do that. So I stayed late Monday waiting till it had come back up and trying to see what was wrong with it. Because, you know, when we came back up, it was chronically slow. It was like it had got flu. And it was like, oh, God, what's wrong with it now? Anyway, couldn't see anything blatantly wrong with it. You know, there were no I hate yous anywhere. It was just really slow. So Tuesday came and it continued, and Wednesday came and a few things had improved, but not a lot, and some tickets were raised with various vendors and meetings were had, and basically today it is running better, and the thing that they thought it was, which is technically mine, not that I really wanted it either, but it's technically mine, we turned it off this morning because they were confident that it was that, and it did improve, yay. And as I say, when we turned it back on, it was still good. So that scuppered that idea. I'd had an idea because it turned out they'd actually kind of turned off 2 of their nodes and hadn't told me, and that maybe turning it back on would help. And, well, it was patch day, so it turned it all back on for them. And it was better. But once again, it's because nothing was running on it. And so it's been a very confusing week. And so I had really intended to do more this week. And yet I didn't. Again. And I'm tired and I'm hungry because I didn't eat yesterday. Because yesterday I had to go to the hospital. No, do not panic. There's nothing wrong with me. Well, not that I know of anyway. For a checkup. Because a couple of years ago I had bowel cancer, and once a year they take a CT of it just to check that all is well. Because despite knowing before I went for my operation to remove a lump, actually 8 inches of my bowel, but that's not the point. They knew there was another lump, and I'd named them. There was Sluggy and Phil. Sluggy was the big guy, who was the guy they took out. Phil was the opposite end of my bowels, and he was kind of lurking. He was tiny, he was just kind of lurking around, not doing any harm, having a fag, minding his own, right? if you've got someone open for 4 hours on a table, don't you just chop out the inch that's got that bit in it? Because, well, you're in there. Rather than, oh, well, if it turns bad, we'll have to go back in. Why didn't you just do it there and then? You had the all opportunity. I mean, you had all my guts out on a table. Just freaking do it. Anyway, so they take photos and check how the other end's doing, because obviously 2 ends of the snake. As far as I am aware, there's nothing wrong. But they did have problems putting a cannula in me, which is kind of normal, but not so normal. I have fairly normal blood pressure. Quite surprising, considering I am fat. Well, I am not my 600-pound life fat, but I am fatter than, one should be. Mind you, isn't pretty much everybody. You're either too thin or too fat. You're never normal. So I'm on the fatter end of the scale. But I'm also 53 and a half. And, well, shit kind of goes downhill around about now. And the girl who was doing it was really surprised when she kind of goes, oh, because you're under 55, I've got to ask if you're pregnant. I went, darling, I did menopause a few years ago. Really? She went, yeah. I went, and this was the second time I've done it. And she looked at me with that, oh my God, don't tell me you can do it twice. So a lot of these things do affect your blood pressure. And blood pressure can go one way or the other, like everything. When you're old, everything goes one way or the other. You either become really skinny or chubby. I am an old hag too. I thought that was a given. I'm a grouchy old fart at the best of times. Come on. But it was, so the guy he was really, really nice. And I will say he was really good at his job. I kind of went, well, the spot du jour usually is this bit here. And he poked it and he went, oh yeah, I can see why. And put the cannula in and, well, blood came out, but nothing would go back in. So he didn't like that spot. So then he tried my hand. Now, hands are a bitch. He was originally going to go for my left wrist, but he went for the hand. I hate it when it's in your hands because despite being chubby, you don't really have chub on the back of your hand. And it's a bit like foreheads and scalps. There isn't really chub. There's no cushioning anything. Flesh, flab, whatever it could be. There is no cushion between the bone and the needle and the veins and the things. And of course, when he sticks his fat finger on it to hold it down, really chuffing hurts. And so my left hand hurt for about 6 hours yesterday after that, because once again he got it in and blood rapidly came out. Nothing would go back in. So then we ended up in my right wrist. So and that one did work. So apparently he says next time tell them to use this one, it will be a lot quicker. And I went, cheers. Because I'm good at these parts. I'm good at naming my good spots. I just didn't know this was best for cannulas, although I have had one there before, so not too surprised. But I have had them in other places. So and so we'd sat around and they were running about an hour late. And as anyone knows, when you sit and waiting in a hospital, it is an eternity. I don't know about other countries, but here in the UK, they basically, you have a bunch of really crappy chairs that look like they've seen, they fought a few world wars. And they face like one poster that says, do not abuse the staff. And they're running an hour late. And it is really hard sometimes because if you're in pain, if you're really ill as you're doing this, sitting waiting, all you get to concentrate on is feeling crappy. And even if you weren't feeling crappy, you are now, right? And I'm really appreciative because my ex-husband drove me, and when we got there, we couldn't find a parking spot, so I got to go and find the place and then tell him how to get there. But also didn't have to worry about finding a spot and being late, and that was really good. And he paid, which is always useful. Apparently it was £7 freaking. And by the way, if you're private, you don't pay parking. How does that work? The people who've got the money to pay for it don't. Anyway, So got there, as I say, we waited at least an hour. And then they put the candle in. Then you had to wait a bit more. Not too long, but wait a bit more. And then I went in, she did the thing, which was distinctly unpleasant. Because you taste things and smell things and get really weird sensations when they inject all of the radioactive goop into you. It's quite unpleasant. But then I suppose it's radioactive goop. It wasn't going to be strawberry flavoured, was it? You shouldn't, well, I say you shouldn't taste it because it goes round all of your body. So technically you kind of taste it. And so once done, that was out. We then had to sit around and wait for them to remove the cannula. And it's kind of like, I did say to her, can't I just go home and remove it myself later? And she kind of looked at me with, no. And I'm like, but I can. But so yes, came home. And obviously it took a lot longer than I thought it was. So, and while I was out, the whole world exploded at work. Some of my servers, they couldn't manage the patching of well, pretty much the same servers. Something else. And it was like, I was gone like 2 hours, people. What if I died in my sleep? What would you do then? And I answered questions via text while I was at hospital waiting. Come on. So yeah, it's been a bit of a week, and while I am feeling a lot better, as you might be able to tell from my tone of voice, that I'm not sad. I'm barely even frustrated. It's just kind of like, can we be done yet? It's the, are we there yet, right? It is the, I'm kind of, are we there yet? Can we just have done with this now? Kind of bored of this. Can I be building something else? I mean, I almost dream about it. Can we not? And so yeah, I am feeling a lot better. But the world has been conspiring against me, and by the time I've done my work, I have no energy left. Whereas before, even at this time, I had no energy and I really had to force myself to do this. Today, I want to do this. I really do. And I have got some energy, but I do fear it's slightly short-lived. But we are here. We are ready to do some deeds and make some lace. What do I have to tell you about that I've been doing crafty-wise beforehand? Oh, you know I was doing my cross-stitch that I mentioned. I bought a supporting frame for it because the one that I had was really not designed for the frame that I've got. So the frame I've got is made out of really big metal. Okay. Now, it's a really good frame. I am not knocking the frame, but it is kind of heavy. And it... Pretty much. Yeah. Can we skip? I am still streaming. I'm not doing Shroud of the Avatar, I must admit, but I am still around. I'm still alive. So yes. So let me get back. So my metal thing, it's got like a 1.5 inch, maybe nearly 2 inch diameter metal structure pipes kind of thing as the frame. So clearly this is a lot bigger than a standard wooden frame. So it doesn't really fit in a wooden frame holder. And it's really heavy, so the wooden frame holder did struggle. So I bought the floor frame to go with it. You know when you read instructions on how big stuff is, and you go, what about me? Yeah, that's okay. And about it, yeah, that's okay. And then it arrives, and it's actually significantly bigger than your brain thought it was. Even though you read the exact dimensions of it, and they didn't lie. I can tell you now, they did not lie. I measured it to be sure. This thing's the size of a desk. And I don't really have room for another desk. I mean, I've got my lace making table, my computer table, a junk table to hold all of the bits to do with my crafting. I haven't really got room in here for another table. Especially one I only use occasionally and really want to move around a lot. I mean, that's why the computer table's got wheels for starters. And so it's pretty damn big. It feels like it's kind of 1.5 to nearly 1 3/4 meters wide. It's not. It's about 1 meter 10, I think. But it feels bigger. Plus, it's like 60 centimeters deep. As I said, it's the size of a desk, right? So even though it's like, if you think of an OAP walker like the Zimmer frame walkers, it's kind of that shape because it's kind of square, but it's got angled down bits at the side. And obviously sport bars and all the rest of it. So you can put it against things, but the thing you would put it against has obviously got to be smaller. Otherwise, it can't go around it. And the only thing that I can put it around is my other crafting table. But my paper shredder's in the way, so I've now got to reorganise my room, which... Well, this is it. I mean, yes, we all know that 58 centimetres is nearly 2 feet, and that's 2 rulers, school rulers worth of stuff. But at the same time, 58's not much. I mean, it really isn't. Depends, of course, where you're trying to put it. I mean, if you're trying to put it on the bonnet of a car, 58 centimetres isn't that big. If you're trying to put it on a handbag, don't be so wet. There is context to everything. I mean, if you put it on an airplane, it would look like a tiny little spot. But, or one of those sea tanker things where they have, like, fleets of aircraft in them. You wouldn't even notice it. But, yeah. So this frame's somewhat taking over at the moment, because I can't really stand it on one end, because, well, it's still really in the way. I am at a bit of a loss as to what the heck to do with it. Now, I will say, it was a shit to put together. I've got the instructions. I can show you the instructions. She says, wondering what the hell, where they've gone to. They were around here somewhere. I had them moments ago. Oh, there they are. They've slid off the couch. I can show you some of the instructions, and you will look and see how easy it is. So let me do that. Hang on. Right. Now, stage 1, you get a load of bits. Let me zoom in. So, stage 1, you get a load of bits, and it says, take 2 50 centimetres ones, and these 2 pieces. Actually, that's 4 pieces, because each... Well, yeah, exactly, giant for a handbag, small, But, these 2 things are not things. They are 2 things, but 2 T pieces, placed but not held together. So of course I'm looking for these, can't fucking find them, and then realise by process of elimination that the T pieces are pushed together. So okay, right, build that, and it says do this with them, because that's what half of it actually looks like, and it basically kind of goes ta-da. What they don't tell you is that the bottom of these screws has a squared arm, and actually I've got some. Hang on. Why am I being so stupid? I've got some. Because they do give you some spares, which was actually quite pleasant. So, the bottom of these screw things is kind of squarey thing. And the idea is that it goes in this little trough sideways. But of course, the moment you tighten them, they turn round. So if I do it the right way up. So you put them in sideways like this, and you go, right, that's blocking up so it can't pull through. And then as you tighten it, it twists. And now, of course, it's not holding it in. And more cursing ensues, right? But at this point, I was doing all right. I was doing all right here. It made lots of sense. It seemed pretty damn logical. All was cool. Then you get the next bits. You join. So you've joined 2 pieces together, because once you've slid this in here, you can plop in a pole from on top, and you do it twice. So you've got a pair of them. And then it shows, put these on. Now, if you look at this picture, it is slightly deceptive, because they tell you to basically put them next to each other. Over here, they tell you to make it oops, it's not focused. Make it back to back so that you make them symmetrical. Well, if you look at this, that then looks like this top pipe goes behind. It's off screen, hang on. This top pipe goes behind the bottom pipe because this is forward and this is forward. No, it's not. They have to go on the insides. So I followed this and got confused later, as you'll find out. So then you take these and join them together with these little clunky bits, which go in the middle there, and make longer bits. Great. Then you take your L-shaped bits and you try and attach the strap bits to the L-shaped bits to basically make the back of the frame. Okay. Now, what they don't tell you about these bits is that a lot of these pieces, you can't loosen one bit but not the other. So any of these joining bits, you either loosen all of it or none of it. As you'll soon see, this becomes a problem. So I had kind of got to this point with, and it shows here, and if you look here, once again, really closely, there's the front and the top pipes are behind it. It's not where they go. Then you join more pipes together and put on these little cap widgets, which are actually really big. They're kind of like this long at the bottom. Well, actually, do it this way. More this long at the bottom with a knobble at the top. And you attach them here at the top of the upright pipe so that you can put the big pipe you made in them. Have you any idea how hard it is to get a pipe that butts up against a pipe down a 2-inch hole each end when it's, well, 4 inches longer than the gap that's there? That was fun. Then you do some more of these, and these go to make the angled bits, which come down here at the front. But it was at this point I realised those pipes have to go on the inside, because the length of the pipe that you're putting between, and you can't twiddle it round because it goes in, it slots into holes in the pipe because they're like, let's say hexagonal. They're not. I think they're pentagons. No, they're in 4s. So they've got 4 kind of flat sides with grooves in. So you can only put it in 4 places. So you can't slide it around and adjust it. It doesn't work that way. So again, you know, it just, you know, it either has to be the back, the front, or facing it. Those are the only options. And well, if it's the back and the front, it doesn't fit. So you have to put it in the middle. Yeah. This. So I kind of got to this point. But the problem is they tell you to attach it to the downwards top bit first, and then attach it to the pipe here. But for this to move so you can attach this has to be loose, which means, of course, the falls out. Then you do some more shenanigans to do a supporting structure, which they show like this, except it doesn't work like that. It has to be right at this end, and then it will be touching up here, because unless you've got it at like 93 feet tall, it is slightly adjustable up and down, because that's what these pipes being effectively broken in half do. But of course, to adjust it, you have to loosen it, and then things try and fall apart. Then you put the little knobbles on, and then eventually you have a frame. But your little crafty frame that you've actually got your crafting on just kind of sits on top. The problem is even though this is the same company and it is designed for the frame that I own, it's like 1 centimetre longer than the frame. So if you touch it and move it, it falls off. I want it to clamp on there. Clamp thing. Can it not have some form of like joiny thing that you slot it into to hold it on there? I mean, please, for God's sake. I don't care how you achieve it. One of these, I mean, I have been trying to work out if there is a way I can use the 2 extra little screws. Oh, it does come in. Oh, no, it's not flimsy. Oh, it's made out of thick, solid shit, dude. No, this stuff is, if I whacked a burglar with it, he's dead stuff. Let me go get you a bit. Hang on. I've got spare bits. Hang on. I've got spare bits from my frame. Hang on. Now, this stuff's like violent, man. So, that is is effectively one of the frame bars, right? This is to tension the cross stitch, right? Now I've got mine in black, but it does come in other colours, right? Pink is one of them, I think purple and blue. And anyway, let me zoom out a bit, right? And try and do your cross section. No. No, I think it's aluminium, but aluminium, whatever. But it's made out of strong stuff. This stuff weighs. This has got to be at least... Yeah. And what you do is you make the frame out of these and these. This goes through here. Hang on. Oh, solid as hell. Let me pull the pin out. Hang on. Yoink. So what you do is you put for the frame, you put that in there, and then you put the pin in. Now, the stupid annoying thing is although this has got holes in the end, and you can lock it in the hole, which I like, they've stopped doing that, which I find really annoying. So you can do that, which then locks it if you actually get it in the hole. Hang on. There you go. Now that actually locks it in place and it won't fall off. But if you do it on the normal bit, which a lot of them don't have holes. So for example, because this is a technically extender, it doesn't have a hole the other end. It means that it just can slide off. It doesn't actually not slide off. And they give you these plastic ends, which also just fall off. But now, that sounds really bad, except for the fact that when you've got your fabric on it and you've twisted the handle to extend it and tighten it, it does actually lock it into place. But until then, shit falls out. Which makes putting it on a little bit of a shit. Plus, have I got the plastic thing in here? Yeah, I have. Let me show you this. This is the other curse of putting the fabric on. Hang on. You hear metal things because there's joiner plates in here. So you can extend them by doing that. Yeah. So, yeah. Now this stuff is burglar killer stuff. Right, so you get this plastic thing, which has got a big flat side on this side and then 2 pointy sides. Now, the idea is that you press your fabric into the magic hole and then put the flat side down and slide this in. I know you can't really see it, but you can just about see it moving, right? But of course, the problem is it can move around in the hole. So, of course, what happens is as it moves and tightens, it can pop out. And so you have to be really careful because that can annoy the crap out of you. Because, well, you know, that's what crafting stuff is good at, annoying the crap out of you. So no, this stuff is made out of burglar killing pipes. And realistically, although not all of the pipes are exactly the same, if you look really carefully, hang on, let me zoom back in. If you look really carefully there, you can see that This one's a little bit more round, but the ones that form the legs are these, right? Or like these. I could use these as legs if I wanted, I guess. But they're for extending my frame. But yeah, don't get me wrong, it cost a few. But this thing will, because I'm not a delicate, dainty person, right? I like things that, you know, if I lean on it, the dog jumps on it, bounces it, knocks it, isn't going to crack, die, break. I like solid. And so, much as this is slightly overkill, I mean, for scale, it really is a tad overkill. Bear in mind, this bar is for a up to 30 centimetres, a 12-inch piece of fabric. It looks like you could tension the world with it. Well, as I say, you know, I feel like I could tension the universe with this stuff. You know, it really is slightly overkill, frankly. I mean, if they'd made it smaller, I mean, not a lot smaller, just a bit skinnier, so it wasn't kind of a whole handful. It was, maybe you could hold 2, right? It would still have been strong. They just made it skinnier all round. You know, for the frame. I'm not talking for the actual supporting frame, because obviously the stronger that is, the better, because then I can lean on it a bit and, you know, if the dog leaps on it, it won't kill it, right? But for a bit of frame that you're going to do some cross stitch with, you know, they make them out of PVC piping, right? I mean, we're not talking you need to be able to support the weight of an elephant here. We are talking a tiny bit of tension so that you can, your fabric doesn't move as you poke it with your needle. That's all you need. It does not need to be so tight that the threads are groaning at the edges. But I do like this because you put it on and you can adjust the tension by swiveling, well, not one at a time, but when it's on, you swivel the middle and it extends both ends and tightens it, and which is a good thing. So they do look a bit like a pair of kind of dog handcuffs or something, but that's an idea actually. So just thinking, I wouldn't, but it is still tempting. They'd probably hate it and then get really upset, so I wouldn't even try it. But there are times, oh, I know you understand how, with all pets, there are times that it would seem the nicest thing to do to them. But yeah, so I got that and I spent wasn't yesterday, it was the day before, putting that together. And as I say, much swearing, cursing and stress. And now it's kind of taking up half my room, so a little bit awkward, really. I guess I expected there to be a bit more flexibility with it, because although you can adjust the height up and down, it's not that simple. It's not like my pneumatic table, or even this table that the lace stuff's on, where there's a thing underneath and I can loosen it, lift it up a bit, job's good. You have to undo about 6 different frigging Allen key things to even remotely adjust it, and then half of it will fall off and then you'll curse, and then you've got to try and line it all back up, because the bits that have got the wobbly heads on, for the head to wobble, you've got to loosen the bit that holds the bar it's attaching to. But if you do that, it can fall off, because it really doesn't take much. Because like all things, it can be a shit to put it back in, but it'll fall out really easily because, well, these bars are heavy as well, so weight is on their side. So you can't really leave it in an easily adjustable manner. And then you've got the support bars, the 2 support bars, so you've got one that's more upright and one at an angle. And you have to adjust both of those for even remotely to adjust the level of the top. And what did I say about jogging me? Young man. Let me go and put these back because I don't really need them for this after all. So yes, that was my fun and games this week. The one thing I do like about that company is they do give you a few spares. Unlike most people, where if it takes 6 screws, you get 5, you know. These people, if it takes 10 screws, you get 12, you know. So I quite like that. So it does mean that should you manage to lose one, you've got another one. They've given me some spare plastic caps, which I didn't really need, but I've now got spare plastic caps because I already had plastic caps for everything that I already had. So, and they don't go on the actual frame. But yeah, I do like it. But as I say, it's a bit solid, and so I really wanted the metal frame. But because you make the long pipes with the joiners in the middle, you can actually make it with only half the pipes. So you can join it to be half the size. But I was looking at it and it's kind of like the half the size that it would be is just a tiny bit too skinny for comfort. Not that I wouldn't fit, but when you've got a big frame that's nearly a metre long on top of it, it would look a bit like a pea on a drum, but that's fine because I only need so much room to work in. After all, I'm doing one stitch at a time, not, zooming backwards and forwards. And it's not like a table where you're gluing things and cutting things out. Although, I will say, if I did make it, smaller width, I could put the board that's underneath here on it. Ouch. Wow. Yeah. So you don't really want to be moving that around. I mean, this thing it's not too heavy to move. But, if you're a 90-year-old granny, it would be difficult, right? But one thing I have thought about, as I was kind of saying, is that because I can make it shorter, I can probably make it about 10 inches shorter, and flatter, I could swap it for this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, actual wood shit. Yeah. Yeah. But I was thinking I might be able to, because this is a table. Well, this is not a table. This is a lace making stand with a tabletop balanced upon it to make it a metre long, right? And then I put my lace pillow on it because I've got other shit and this is too wide for the table underneath. And, well, if that was made out of thinner stuff, I could consider and making it a bit more custom width. You need to get the Volvo done, yes. Oh, I finished making the stand. The only difference would be is because you balance the frame on it, I'd balance this top on it, and then I could maybe swap it for this. So instead of having to fight constantly, all I would do is do what I do with my lace table, which is scoot one seat over on my couch. And then I wouldn't have to move it. And it would probably be more stable than this, because this is a little bit wibbly wobbly, because it is a pedestal that has got like a 12-inch top on it with a 1 metre thing balanced on it, and it's designed to tip. So you may notice every so often I used to spend hours fiddling trying to keep it level because it's not designed for that, where of course that is. Now, it would have two little metal knobby bits at the front, but because that's what would hold this top on technically. But I could also do something to kind of make it a little bit more solid than that, because of course I've got screws. Because I've got screws, all I would need is one each side, and to take the nut off the top of this. Darling, I'm bilingual and I interchange them all the time. Did I not explain to you that my curtain is 18 inches wide and 93 centimetres down? We get confused. We're easily confused and we basically go with whatever sounds good at the time. But if I screw this into... If I embed this into the wood, I can then have my dandy shaped doodad, which would then fit in the trough, and I could slide the top on and it would hold it still, because it would only need one near the back to stop it, or even in the middle, just to stop it moving enough. It's not to hold it on. Yes, we do still use... Well, we only use the metric system because we joined the EEC. Stones are sensible when it comes to the humankind. If I tell you that as a female adult of 5'7", I should weigh between 9.5 and 10 stone. Doesn't that sound better? 9.5 to 10. I mean, that sounds nice. That doesn't sound heavy. Whereas if you're doing kilograms or fucking whatever else it is, pounds or something, it just gets confusing. Anyway, but if I managed to if I embedded these in the wood, as I said, it wouldn't have to be to the point of ridiculously, it's not there to secure it forever. It's just there to stop it moving around. These would do that, and I've got 2 spare ones, so. Oh yeah, I'm a 5.5 in shoes. Yeah. No, I haven't got small feet. That's normal for a woman. 5.5 or 6, depending on who, what, and the shape, and I don't know whether I'm retaining water, probably, but like I've 39. So you're probably 6.5 or something. But yeah, it's just one of those things, is that, so I have considered that I could, because this table isn't the strongest. Wow. See? But like everything, 5.5 sounds tiny, and it's not. So yeah, I think it is one of those weird things, though, is that I have considered that I could move this, and sort a bit of that out, because then I've got adjustable height on this, because this is kind of the only height it can be. I'm pretty sure that goes down low enough. I mean, it goes pretty low, looking at the struts and shit. And of course, one of the other things I could do to it, I know it's going to sound a little bit sad given all the effort I did to put it together, but I could always cheat. Just looking at what parts I've got, and could I... Because effectively it is a bit like Meccano's. Just because you bought a helicopter doesn't mean you need to make a helicopter out of it. So I've only got one adjustable bit, which is the back. I haven't got any more of the adjustable slideys. I've only got angular things. But if I rested it down at its bottom, I wouldn't really need the angular strut and the upright strut. I could just use the upright strut. Which would make it stronger. And if I really got bored, I could add the currently angular strut as an upright strut to make it stronger. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit confusing that we use the same word for both. But then, to be honest, I would argue that, and I actually brought this up from, I've worked with Microsoft SQL. My co-worker is an Oracle dude. And one of the most confusing things is that the terminology Oracle uses for things is not the same as, well, basically everybody else. And so, as a result, it's a bit like the exact example I gave this morning is, hey, do you like my pants? And I'm like, ew, no. Because as a Brit, pants is your underwear. To an American, pants are your trousers, right? And with Oracle, that's exactly it. It's the same words used in a different place, right? And it's similar, but not the same, right? And so for them, a database is not what everyone else uses as a database. For us, that would be an instance. And, you know, and it kind of goes along in that kind of vein. So it really is that kind of... So you've said words, I recognise all those words, but I also know you don't mean the words I think. You don't mean the things my brain leapt to. So let me try and play that back slowly in my head, remembering what you use those words for. And so I can imagine that dating a Brit or dating an American, whichever side of the pond you're on, could get a bit confusing just because of the common language, but with different uses of words. And let's face it, I mean, I did it earlier. Aluminum and aluminium. Aluminium. It's got an extra I in the middle. Colour. It's got a U in it. Has a colour. It's funny. We've got loads of vowels in like those words and we use them. And then you have places like Leicestershire. And of course all the Americans go, Leicestershire. No, Leicestershire. That's it. We drop like 90% of the vowels in that shit because they're just spares, right? It was just a way to get longer words at Scrabble or something. I don't know. It truly is. It's one of those things, right? Although you can't use names, but you know what I mean. It feels like it was I wonder how many letters we can put in this before anyone notices kind of game, right? And lots of places in the UK are the counties, which are a bit like states in America, but obviously a lot smaller. Lots of the counties have shire at the end. Well, this is kind of where I'm at with my measuring. Like I said, my curtain needs to be 18 inches wide and 93 centimetres long. Because those were the numbers that I came up with, okay? Because 18 is kind of a nice number. And there was no good number down, so 93, fuck it. And this is how lots of Brits go. Is that, I mean, for example, we drive in miles. We drive at miles to the hour. And we buy our petrol in litres. Because it sounds cheaper. It's about 45 centimetres or something. That's not that big. For a window, remember it is going to be a window. It's a net curtain. And the one thing I will remind you, most people, i.e. everyone but me, like their net curtain all wavy, so you have to make it. But, you know, if you sit there and it's kind of like, you know, but most curtains are 3 to 6 times the width of the window to get you the wavy. I ain't making that much. I also like mine flat, because if I bothered to put a pattern on it, I want to see it. I don't want it to be hidden in all the folds of a window. I want to see the picture or the pattern that I put on it. It's like if I did a cross-stitch one as a blind or something. They are in much older buildings, but modern buildings, no. They're really not. My drawer loom barely fits. And to be honest, it only fits by about an inch. Because when I measured it... Oh, hang on. Let me click. There you go. Well, exactly. This is where I'm at. My brain just kind of picks a size and a value and goes, yeah, that'll do. You know, is it millimeters, inches, centimeters, grams, ounces, fluid ounces? Fuck only knows. And do not get me started on what the fuck is a cup, right? What the hell, people? Learn to weigh. But it's one of those, you know, there are so many measuring systems. It's, in a way, I mean, it's like temperature. We had this stream, we've done temperature before on this stream, and we were discussing, you know, where some of it came from and the alternatives. But it is so frustrating when whichever one you're used to it. Even if it isn't that logical, you're used to it. And the same's true with inches, stones, whatever. You are used to it. How far away is it? Oh, it's about a few hundred yards. People are going, what the fuck's a yard? Well, a yard is 3 feet. How long's a foot? 12 inches. Oh, what's that? 30 centimetres. So how long's like 100 yards in metres then? I don't fucking know, because it's 100 yards. I don't need to know what it is in metres. I know it in yards, and I can tell what it is, because I know it's about 100 yards. And you just get so used to it that you just can't be asked to change it. But at the same time, as I say, we still buy pints of milk and we still buy pints of beer. But they also have to include what that is on litres on it. But no one notices that. They go and buy 4 pints of milk or 2 pints of milk or a pint of beer. They don't want to know what it is in litres. They don't care. We're a screwed up nation because they tried to, well, much like the Americans, they tried to change to metric. The Americans went no, so they didn't. We kind of went, we did what British people do best, which is complain about it, but not to the right people. So it still happened. So we kind of use it, but we also hate it. So we don't use it where we don't have to. And and it is. I mean, I know how tall I am in feet and inches. I do happen to know roughly what it is in centimetres. But that's only by chance. It's not because I actually know. It's like my weight in kilograms. I ain't got a faintest clue. I haven't got a faintest hope of telling you what they are in kilograms. I don't need to weigh anything. And once it's over about 3 kilograms, I'll never need to weigh it. So in kilograms. So, because it's humans or dogs. Dogs go on a scale and it just says they are this weight. And I go, yeah, whatever. I mean, I know my dogs are 25 kilos, but I don't know what that actually means. Not really. I mean, I could work it out. So it's going to be, it's 2.21 pounds. So that's going to be what? Nearly 60 pounds? So that's nearly 3 stone. That's 3 stone something. I mean, that's quite reasonable weight for a dog. But, oh, yes, they need to they should be between 20 and 25 kilos. Yeah, I can't picture that as a weight. Oh, you mean a dog weight? Okay, just tell me it's a medium dog. That I know how big a medium dog is, you know. It's that kind of thing. It's the, hey, it's a big dog, it's 30 kilos. Oh, it's not that big, it's still medium-ish, really. Yeah, you're kind of going, no. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, you get tall, skinny dogs and short, fat, stubby ones, so, you know, it's not quite that crystal clear. I mean, next door's French Bulldog. fair enough. A 25 kilo Chihuahua would be a ball. It would be round. But next door's French Bulldog probably weighs as much as Amy. Because she's a bit round. Not Amy, next door's dog. So, yeah, they're probably not dissimilar in weight. I know that, well, a friend of mine, she's got Cocker Spaniels. One of her Cocker Spaniels weighs more than Amy. But Amy's a medium-sized dog. She towers over this dog. But he's a bit heavy. Again, maybe rounder than desired, but it's not a lot. You know, he's not round. I can imagine that it's a little bit hard. I mean, I have, hang on. Them. If you actually notice, we have two emoticon things. So hang on. We have. Yep. So yeah, I have two dogs. There you go. I have Rory and Amy. But it is just one of those things is that, as you said, right? If you had a Mastiff and it was only 25 kilos, the damn thing would be dead, right? If you, but, you know, 20 to 25 kilos is Border Collie. These two, which are similar size to a Border Collie. You know, anything around the Border Collie size is going to be about this sort of weight. Something more of a retriever-y kind of weight is a bit more 35-ish, you know. And I know this, but I don't actually know what that is, if you know what I mean. It's a bit like a calorie. Everyone talks about calories, but you can't, like, pick up an item of food and go, oh yes, that's 302 calories. It doesn't work that way. You can't just look at it and go, that's so many calories. You can go, it's probably, you know, if it's a Mars bar, it'll be so many calories, it'll say on the back. But you couldn't just look at it and go, that's got so many calories on it. Plus, what you get out of it and what I get out of it may not be equal. But if you take a burger, well, it depends in a way of how much fat kept on it. What cheese is. Did you have, you know, or did you or not do or do not have cheese on it? What sauces you've got on it? What bits of salad you've got on it? The kind of bread roll that it is. How big the bread roll that it is. How stale the bread roll that it is. Right? All of these things adjust these numbers. So you can't just look at a burger and go, oh, it's so many calories, because it's not. And you can, and it's a bit like electricity units, gas units, and everything else. You have, you know, you get a bill saying you used so many units. You can't prove them wrong, can you? I mean, unless you flip the switch and used none and they're claiming you used loads, you can't really prove them wrong. Because I mean, you can look at a so many watt light and you can do some calculations, but realistically, it's, you know, you can't go, I had that light on 3 hours, that's going to cost me £2, whatever it is, right? It doesn't work that way. Because it's kind of constantly changing after all. But again, you can't see a gas unit. You can't see an electric unit. It's not, I mean, there are meters. You can go outside and watch the numbers tick, but you've got no proof that they're accurate. I mean, they do all of these claims about how accurate the meter is. But there's also, well, if it was in their favour, they're not exactly going to come and go, oh no, we're overcharging you. Let me fix that. Are they? Right? And I mean, I strongly doubt the bills that I get here. I mean, realistically, I can name every device that is on right now. I've got 2 fridge freezers, so I've got a standing fridge freezer thing. I got 2 of those. I've got a camera, a little kind of USB camera, and a Raspberry Pi in my study. I've got this computer, the monitor, the shit that's attached to it, because everything else is attached to it. This light. The clock on the cooker's running, so technically that's on. It is, but you can't see them. You can't personally easily count them. It's, as I said, same over here. I mean, the bit that really annoys me, and one moment for my pedestal. I'm sorry. So, I am connected to the gas and the electric. Fine. To be connected, you pay a fee to get connected in the first place. They then charge you a fee, fixed fee, per day for being connected, even if you don't touch it. Most of the time, that fee is more than my use. So, it costs me... Hang on. You do. Hang on. Hang on one moment. Billing. Energy Hub. Here we go. At a glance. So. Both. There we go. Right. This week, not that you can see it particularly well, but there you go, there's a bit of a graft. According to this, which I do find slightly unlikely, considering there was a fucking power cut, according to this, I used £1.64. I don't know, this is right. So on Monday, I used £1.64 of gas. It was pretty cold Monday. £3.5p of electricity. Bear in mind, I have the same shit on each and every day. It's very rare that it, other than this lamp, which I also put on for crafting sometimes in the evening. So £3.5. So I spent £4.69 on actual shit. My standing charge was 82p, so the combined cost was £5.50, which doesn't add up because £1.64 plus £3.05 is £4.69, plus 82 will make does not make £5.50. Thanks for that. On Tuesday, God help me, it cost me more, so I used more gas and 5p more electricity. Wednesday, it didn't bother registering for some reason, so it'll catch up with that another day. But let me... Oh, I am quite a low usage person, right? What you can't see is, let me grab a corner. Duvet. I sit under a duvet to keep my legs warm because I have to have the door open so the dogs can go out, so there's no point heating the house. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say is roughly that direction, it says getting a bearings, is a massive solar farm. But, for example, Monday the 5th of January obviously was a bit of a shit because I went through £8.75 in a single day. And I pretty much live sitting here in this spot, well, maybe a few inches that way, but in this spot, I use the things in this room, and other than cooking a bit of dinner, that's it. pretty much everything is this computer, maybe my work laptop, kind of deal, right? And yet somehow on the 5th of January, I used £4.97 worth of gas and only £2.96 worth of electric. But it's one of those very frustrating things. I mean, if I quickly do this and go back to December, okay? My December bill was £196.87, which is distinctly below average, because I don't have my house that warm. It's usually about 18 degrees, so it's not cold. And more to the point, I mentioned this before, I've got split level heating. So when I'm downstairs, I only heat downstairs. Now, yes, heat rises, but I only heat downstairs. And when I'm in bed, and I only heat it for a bit while I go to bed, i.e. when I'm about to be naked outside a duvet. And then I let it drop to 15, because while I'm in bed asleep under like duvets and dogs. And then I warm up again so that I can get out. And then I come downstairs where I've started warming up downstairs and hide under a duvet because the door's open anyway. So I don't keep the house that warm, which is often why I whine about cold hands. So, but yeah. So I spent £171.59p and the standing charge was £25.28p. And there is a bit of me that goes, you are all made, and yet they whine about how broke they are, but they made millions. Right, and that annoys me about companies. If you were in, if you spent your millions rather on... Yeah, I mean, this lot do try and do green energy. Yeah, this lot do try and do green energy. But this is the other thing. In the UK, don't know about the rest of the world. I mean, for example, I buy my energy off a company called EDF. It's irrelevant, really, but they're called EDF. If I bought my shit through British Gas, because I can get electric and gas through British Gas. Really? But they would charge completely different prices. But the truth of the matter is it's the same shit down the same pipe or cable, right? They don't give, it's not like this little van who tops up the EDF gas for me or whatever, right? It doesn't work that way. You don't have special EDF pipes and British gas pipes. It doesn't work. It's the same with, over here, an awful lot of the country, the government did do their bit to try and get everyone on the internet, and they decided that 2 meg internet was great. I can understand that. I really can. I mean, we have a similar system. So currently they do randomly, and the problem is it's random. They do allegedly randomly, in your area, we're doing a deal that if you get this, we'll help pay for some of the install kind of deals so that you can get solar panels cheaper. And you can indeed sell back, we can sell back spare to the electricity board. But you need planning permission. So then you've got to apply to the local fucking, I would say government, but it is, we'll call it that. It's the local council, but basically the local government. And say, please, can I put solar panels on my house that you didn't know existed really, except for the money you steal off me every year? Can I put solar panels on it? And they kind of go, They don't actually come and look. They don't really do anything. They just spend a couple of months going, and don't actually look at it. It sits in the bottom of someone's in pile for a while. And to be honest, the chances are they'd say yes, unless there are going to be extenuating circumstances, such as you have a listed house. And a listed house means that you are either, it's really old, so it may not be historically useful, as in, you know, I know, the Queen lived here or anything. It doesn't have to be that sort of history. But it does mean that it is something they want to keep. And so, having lived in a house with a grade 1 listed wall, they do grade it, and 1 is the most annoying. It literally means you can't do shit. You must, if it's painted, you must only paint it the colour that it was. Most of the time, the solar panels would be on the back of the house away from the road. That's why you don't see them. The problem is that it's a bit like they're trying to get everyone to buy heat pumps at the moment. And people aren't biting for a really simple reason. Sure, a heat pump is really kind of efficient. No one has a problem with that. The problem is, word got out from those who did it, because they were told how much great it was, is that you spend £3,000 or £4,000, which is the cost of a second-hand car. And then, of course, your electricity bill goes up, and the electric is the most expensive one. So it actually costs you more, but in something else. So no, you don't pay gas anymore. No, you don't have the standing fee for gas anymore. But now you pay like twice as much electricity. Well, then it's not cheaper, is it? So people aren't biting on that one. I think if we had generators and our fuel was not... They will donate towards it. In fact, I got an email earlier today. Hang on. We'll get around to some lace soon, I promise. It's only been, what, an hour and a half. I got an email about that earlier, actually. Hang on. Let me find it. Where's my EDF email? That's the energy bill. Hang on. Let me search for it. It'll be easier. Pump. Well... yeah. Well, exactly. Well, and this is the thing. So, here you go. It says, New Year energy goals. Make 2026 the year of being enjoying more cosy, comfortable, and energy efficient home with EDF Express. Right? And it goes, what the fuck is EDF Express? And it says, a complete heating and hot water system using a heat pump. Fast installation, ideal for homes without a gas combi boiler. No water tank charge. Affordable upgrade. They start from a mere £4,000. Yeah, I've got that down the side of the couch. And you can finance it at 44 quid a month. Here's why people are making the switch. It's cosy comfort, consistent warmth, even on the coldest day. My boiler will do that, I know. Efficient energy. Use lower energy use for heating versus gas. Alright, but using electricity instead, so it's not necessarily cheaper. Sustainable living. That's the one thing I will agree with, is it is more sustainable. Right? Let me read you the small print at the bottom. 10-year represented example at 9.9 APR gross cost. £11,500 heat pump. A grant for £7,500. Cash price then, £4,000. So actually your heat pump is £11,500. I can buy a brand new car for that, by the way. And yes, you can get a grant that will take a lot of the sting out of that, but it's still the price of a replacement car, because I would never buy a new one. And then obviously if you buy it at £44 a month, instead of paying £4,000, you'll have paid £5,873. No thanks. I would buy it outright if I did it, but and that's the difference, is it's not free. You do get you get like 3/4 of it off, but it's not free. And And as I said, the problem is what's leaked out is from those who've done it, is that, well, sure, you don't pay gas anymore, huzzah! But you pay a lot more in electric, and the electric price per unit is more than the gas price per unit, but it seems to use kind of the same amount of units, because something's got to pump it. Because, of course, while it converts... I mean, I'm not 100% sure how it's that good at it, because there is a bit of me that goes, if it's minus chuffy chuff out there, how's it warming up? I've got a boiler, and my boiler sits in the corner of a room that I don't go anywhere near particularly, so I can't hear it, and it keeps my house perfectly good. I'm not really desperate to change it. I'm used to it, for starters. I think part of the problem is I don't understand enough about heat pump. Because how if it's like minus 20 out there and I'm feeling cold in here, is the pump that is based outside going to generate heat without burning electricity? And the answer is it kind of doesn't. So I do find myself not rushing to get one, because, well, like all of these things, oh, get this, it'll be so great, and then you find out actually it's not. It's like diesel. Wow. Let me quickly look at that stat then, Bartos. Hang on. Well, yeah, it does. Let me relook at my EDF stats and tell you how many kilowatts I'm using. Hang on. Electricity, kilowatts. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that ours is exactly cheap here. So, the highest point this month so far, well, you'd be surprised. Bear in mind I said I'm pretty much running just my personal computer, and on the 10th of January, I can assure you that's all I did. Now, I did have this light on because I was doing some cross-stitching. Well, here's the thing, and I need you to think about this. I've explained to you all the things that are currently on. If this was Saturday afternoon, it would be the same shit, right? Saturday the 10th of January, I used 16.23 kilowatts of electricity. Heating, well, cooling 2 fridge freezers that have the doors shut, I assure you. This ring light and my computer. Think about that. 16.23. This is the peak one the month, I will point out. Let me get gas and tell you what gas I use this month. So this month, holy motherfucking god, in kilowatt hours, bear in mind I don't know what they won't show it in meters. They'll only show kilowatt hours. The highest I used was the same day, actually, I think. Day. That was the peak day so far this year. Most of my time it's a lot less than that. On Friday the 9th of January, my peak use of gas was 89 kilowatt hours. I don't know what the fuck that is in meters. I'll tell you how much it cost me. 9th of January, it cost me £5.63. Let me look at the electricity one again and get you that in monetary terms, because that's the easiest comparison. So that cost me £4.32. for the day. But again, that was peak usage. Lowest usage was £3.11 of electricity and, well, it's like yesterday, £1.64 of gas. So let's start poking around with some of these. Don't you for a minute. Let's do this up. We're going to touch some bobbins, people. It's been a good chat, though. I enjoy the chats. I do. Move my feet a bit, so I sit a bit square. Oh yeah, the prices of electricity and gas here are stupid. If I tell you that before all of that shenanigans happened, my bill was something like £75 a month. Now it's nearly 200. For both, that is. Let me get you my rates. I can tell you what rates I'm paying. Hang on. It's in here somewhere. Not on that page. Billing. It'll be on this page. Tariff details. Here we go. So, electricity. I pay 23 and a smidge pence per kilowatt hour with a 56.74p standing charge per day. So, pretty much, in fact. For gas is only 6p per kilowatt, well, it's 6.05, but 6p per kilowatt hour and 24.8p a standing day. And I'm really lucky in the sense that there's only me, so I don't have to heat rooms I'm not in. So upstairs, for example, the only room that's got heating turned on is my bedroom and the bathroom attached to it. Because, well, there's only me. I primarily only heat this room. Well, and the hallway, because you can't turn that one off. But I don't heat a lot of the other rooms because, well, I'm not in them. And I keep the doors shut so that I'm only heating the bit that I'm in, if you see what I mean. So that does help, although the door opening to let the dogs in and out does not. But there you go. Those are my rates. So I read them out, but there you go. Those are my rates. Well, one thing I have got, which I don't use very much, is I've got over there, I've got a little gas fire. And it is often really tempting just to use that. Yeah. I mean, the prices aren't too bad, but at one point they were like twice this almost, and it was, you know, there were lots of people moaning because, I mean, I pay, as I say, I pay nearly £200 a month, but there were people who were claiming that theirs was nearly £1,200 a month, and I was kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? Heating a pool? I mean, if you've got pools and stuff, then yeah, you know, well, that's the choice of living the rich life, you know? I mean, this is it. I mind you, I've still got to buy my battery charger for the car, so at some point that'll be stuck on my electric bill as it charges that up, which needs to be pretty soon because I need to get my car MOT. For those who do not understand, An MOT is a yearly thing your car must go through in the UK to prove that it is roadworthy. Without an MOT, your car is not licensed on the road. And I wish to renew my insurance. And to do that, technically, apparently, although it never actually stipulated this, you have to have an MOT, which I find slightly weird because you used to be able to insure it to sit on your driveway and do nothing. But that's... Oh, fuck off. I've just put you back on. Oh, it is. It is, but you have to pick the right deal. You get choices, and if you go with the flow, it's a bit like mortgages or loans. Let's pick any loan. If you go to a random person and say, I want to borrow 500 units, they can go, hey, yes, madam. Oh, you look a bit dodgy. You can borrow 500 units off. Yes, we'll lend you 500 units. But by the end of the year, you will have paid back 4 times that. Well, depending on how desperately you need it, you'll agree, right? Now, you might go somewhere else and they'll say, oh, yes, madam, we've known you for years. Not a problem. We know that you're just having a shortfall because, you know, everything's come at once. Yeah. You know, you can pay it back by the end of the year and it will cost you, 2 times as much. Or if you pay it off early, never mind, eh? And that's fine. Now, the same's true with your electrics, kind of. Because if you actually think about it, you borrow the units of fuel, whether it's electric or whatever, and then you pay them back. So it is effectively like a loan. And while to an extent you can get roughly the same deal from most of the companies, and I am wording it deliberately slightly vague in that, your actual unit price might be lower, but your standing charge will be more. So it kind of, or for an average dude, it will come out as the same value, right? That's how it works. And there was a big thing recently because the government have whatever, I'm not sure what state we're currently in, capped the prices. But what people failed to take into account is the wording they used when they explained it. So, they explained that they had capped the prices, which means the average person's bill would be capped at, say, £2,000, right? But if you use more than a normal person, your bill will still be more than £2,000. It wasn't, we have put a blanket cap on everything, and so you will never have to pay more than £2,000 a year. No. It was, we have decided, it wasn't £2,000, but, as a number, right? We have picked a cap of what we believe is reasonable for a family to pay over the course of whatever. If you use less, your bill will be less. If you use more, your bill will be more. Because we have actually capped, we have taken the value, let's say an average family uses 10,000 units combined a year, and they're going to pay £3,000 for, no. Oh! Usually, that's for renters. And the reason that people here do that is because too many renters don't pay their bills and the landlords get shafted. So the landlords put in a pay-as-you-go system. And sometimes it's a good thing. Because if you're in a big block of flats, like my ex-husband used to live in, your key is for you. It's not like we supplied 50 billion units to this block of flats, you will pay an arbitrary X%, depending on how many dwellings are in it. Yes and no. The problem is that, as I said, too many renters have shafted systems. They have not paid for things they should. So the landlord does not want to be paying for your shit and you welshing on it. So they do it so that you have to pay. But because it's not your property, they don't tend to... But the landlord controls the actual connection. So, for example, if I was renting this house, the landlord would own the connection. So he would have paid the connection fees, and that would be taken out of your, deposit. Gets connected. But then I pay for what I use as I go. The rate is usually slightly higher because there is a lot more paperwork in it. Because you have to have a special meter that is aware how much that you've deposited. And I also need to point out, they can cut off your electric, they can't cut off your gas for non-payment, because freezing you to death is not allowed. So making you sit in the dark is. Freezing you is not. A bit like your water. They can be pissing at you, they can take you to court, but they can't just cut it off and... Well, in event of if there's a water issue and everyone's cut off, that's a fine, but they can't just cut you off for non-payment. In essence, you're right as a human being to live, and you must be able to exist. But part of the reason the as you pay as you go things, it's like phone pay as you go. If you've ever looked into phone pay as you go, because originally with my phone, I hardly ever phoned or texted or did anything on my phone, but I had it in case of emergency. And I looked into pay as you go, because obviously, if I'm not doing much, I won't have to pay much. But it's not the case. Pay as you go, if I buy £10 worth of units today, well, they're only valid for 2 months. They're not mine forever. Well, but if I don't use them, they're gone. Well, hang on, I paid for them. I paid for the use of £10 worth of units. It's not like, well, they're only worth £5 worth of units because the price has gone up. No, they expire. And so if you have a phone that maybe, for example, you keep in the car in case of your car breaks down back in the day, well, it's not like you were using it. So you might have put, you wanted to put £5-10 on it in case you needed to call, emergency services or something. No. And it actually worked out that you had to pay a minimum of so much every few months. It was cheaper to have a proper phone. But people didn't notice. They got pay as you go to stop the children running up bills. And again, that kind of helps landlords do that, because, you can have, some person and then they do something stupid, like stick the heating on full whack, or, like I did, have your heating go out of whack, and then your heating's just on full constantly, burning all through all your stuff. Well, you do what I did, which is go and flip the switch and turn off the whole bloody thing. But lots of people don't think of that. And then, of course, if they've gone on holiday and the thing's sitting there, burning away through all of the thing, if you're on pay as you go, it runs out and it stops. Because the electric will stop. There are advantages to it, especially for landlords. But if you own the house, you wouldn't do it. If you own the house and you live in it, you wouldn't do it. It's a waste of time. Because it is more expensive. Not yet. That doesn't sound that bad. That's what? 40p or something. Hang on. You've got to remember there's no standing charge. They don't have a standing charge with that. That is everything. So if you take, for example, let's go back to my page with the thing on it. Hang on. Let me go back to my Energy Hub. Hang on. I changed that. It says my tariff ends on the 31st of January 2026. Time to choose that. I picked a new deal. I'll have to look into that when I'm done. So if I look at this and I look at just the electricity, right, for example. If I take the cost of today, well, not today, let's take Monday because that's the last full day it's bothered to kind of list out for me. No, Tuesday. So Tuesday was total of £9.78. The standing charge was £1.70. That sounds like both. No, that's just the electricity, right? So if I take that and I get my kilowatt hours, hang on. Kilowatt hours was 34.93. Hang on. So let me take, hang on. 9.73. Yeah. No, 78 divided by, get the number again. Sorry, was 13.39. 13. Hang on. Okay. On Tuesday, if you take my standing charge and my unit charge and equal it all out, which is what those renters things are, that works out as 73p per unit. So if I was only paying 53, fucking bargain. They don't pay a standing charge. They pay per unit, but it's all inclusive. So it can be cheaper. So it is cheaper. In that case, it would have been cheaper. And again, this is part of it is because obviously, you're fully in control then of the actual cost. You can say, I've only got £5 to spend on the heating, and say to it, I am spending £5, and it's done. There is no, yes, madam, but here are the standing fees and the other fees and the taxes and the shit. No, here is £5. Give me £5 worth. It's like going to a petrol station and going, I want 10 quid's worth of fuel. Here you go. Click 10, right, done. Whatever you got for that, that is your allowance. Done. There is no extras. So it is useful for that. It makes budgeting a lot easier. And they sometimes force that on. They used to force it on people who wouldn't pay because it meant if you only put 20 quid in, you only got 20 quid's worth of shit, and you couldn't get more than 20 quid's worth of shit until you paid more money. And it meant people had to budget, and because a lot of people don't seem to know how to budget, and it is from that point of view kind of useful. But it's also good for landlords because, you can have different bits per chunk of property. If you've got a block of flats, it's easy to do per block. It's a little system that goes in between the main building entrance and the flats. And then each one pays for whatever they use. You don't have the obligatory, here in the UK, water is done really badly in a lot of places, or used to be. They've changed a lot now. But at one point, what they used to do was go, this chunk of road has used so many gallons, you will each pay the same. Well, if you live next door to, 23 kids and their girlfriends and boyfriends, and frankly, you don't know how they all fit in there. It's like a clown car. Exactly. But similarly, if you've got, if you live next door to, someone who has more children than common sense, and, they're running up the bills in a flat, you don't want to be paying for half their share of the shit. It's a bit like when you go out for a meal and you have like one bread roll and a glass of water, and, silly Sally down the other end has 16 bottles of wine and foie gras, right? You do not want to pay for all of her shit. because your meal cost you £5 and her meal cost her £1,000. You do not want to be paying a couple of £100 because she decided to have everything on the moon on a stick. So again, it can have good purpose. It sounds a lot, but it's not. It is quite a fair system. The problem is, of course, is no one ever likes it being fair. They always want it to be in their favour. And it's human nature, don't get me wrong. You know, we're all a bit like it. Hang on, this isn't... Oh, it is adding up. For a moment, I thought I didn't add up. So yeah, it is quite sensible. I'm not saying they are not still milking it, but it is not necessarily as bad as it sounds. I mean, if I used more stuff like more people... Yes, animal, I kind of heard it, you know? Yay! Just wondering when they were coming. I'll show you these things. These things are the saviour of the universe. They don't look very exciting, but they are. Okay, as I said, they don't look very exciting, but they are. Let me show you what's in the box. I've got to get off, God. I know, it goes crinkle, crinkle. Oh, these are toasty warm. Where have you been keeping these, Mr. Amazon? Jesus Christ. I've drunk tea colder than this. These are actually like burger temperature, which is just, well, it doesn't matter and it's not chocolate. But let me show you. There's part 1 and there's part 2. I will show you these in a little bit more detail. Hang on. Chunk. So, oops, long pinny thing, mushroom top. They go together like this. And then you can't pull them apart unless you squeeze the right bit of shit, which is easy for me, and it comes apart. They go to hold the fucking duvet cover on your duvet. Oh, freshly brewed tea is, but I've drunk tea that is cooler than these are. But what you do is, like here, where all the duvet's gone at the end, you find the corner of the duvet and you snug it back in the corner. And it means your duvet can't fuck off out the corners. And so in the middle of the night, when you're cold, and then you discover the reason you're cold is because your duvet is fucked off down the bottom of the bed. And bear in mind, I'm not in bed. This is my leg duvet. But you basically, now I put the duvet in the corner, right like this. Let me zoom out a bit because, I've now put my duvet in there so it's all big and fluff and scrunchy. You get your mushroom, you poke it through, like this, and you stab your mushroom on the other side. And now, this, no sharp points because it doesn't easily come apart, but now the fucker won't come away. And what I've got a big bunch of them, because what you do is you then work down the sides and kind of pin it along the side, and you do it quite near the edge, but not too near the edge so it doesn't just rip a great hole in it. But you can all, you can put a couple in the middle if you like to hold it in the middle, so it, but it holds the duvet where it should be in the cover. And because although I only got this cover because I hadn't used this duvet because I hadn't got a cover for it, I was using an old one. This feels twisted. I think this is twisted actually. I might have to sort it out. I've got a feeling this is twisted. Hang on, there's the seam. So let's keep the seam along the edge, because this is the other thing, because duvet covers walk around duvets, because that's, it seems to be their job in life. you can keep them where they should be. Especially good for small children, animals, humans like me. I think I put this on Twisted. I think that's part of them. Good. I must admit, I don't know quite what makes it cowboy soup, but you know, as long as it's nice, who cares? You know, it's usually my thing. I mean, years ago they had the great horse fiasco, which was that apparently half the meat being sold as beef in the UK was actually horse. But with the horse fiasco, lots of people, of course, were up in uproar. Hey, my God, what do you mean it's horse? Well, think about it this way. Did you notice? If the answer is no, then shut up. If you did notice, did you hate it? If the answer's no, shut up. You know, we're not like we were feeding ourselves kittens here. I'm not saying that horses deserve it either. But, you know, like a lot of these things, there is a little bit of you that kind of goes, I get it, but if you didn't notice... Sounds nice. I'm just going to put a couple in, because, well, I mean... Sounds good to me, I'll be eating it. I'm going to put a couple of these in because this thing has been walking around the cover and annoying me, so. It does, but if you didn't notice, it wasn't that bad, was it? Because this was the fiasco, was the, oh my God, you mean I've been eating horse? Well, if you didn't notice, it's a bit like the kid thing. How do you know you don't like it until you've tried it, right? And the short part is, well, I get that you do not necessarily want to eat it. You wouldn't have done it by choice. For me, you know, if it was a horse burger that I ate, if I didn't notice, can't have been that bad. And this is part of it, is that it's not that I want to eat horses. I don't. But if I was unable to tell, I can hardly really whine about it because I didn't notice. If someone has to tell you that's not what you thought it was. Now, sure, there are things that we don't want to be eating. Many of them, in fact. As I said, fluffy kittens and all the rest of it. But, well, so do I. So I wouldn't choose to eat one. But I've eaten lion. Yes, I have. I've eaten zebra. They didn't taste that different. I mean, you know. Sounds good to me. I'd eat that. Don't see a problem with that. But this is the thing, isn't it? Is that there you go. I mean, different nations have different standards on what they eat. Well, exactly. I mean, okay, most people don't generally have salmon and floating around in a tank in their sitting room, but well, exactly. Where's the end of this? Sorry, I'm just putting the corners in so that it's at least roughly is where it should be. Give or take a small amount, because that's really useful. Because then I'm not sitting there huddled under a little bit of fur fabric and nothing else. It is a big fat duvet, by the way. It's 13.5 tog duvet or something. It's a bit excessive. It's quite big. It's because it's quite fluffy, because it's brand new and it hasn't really settled in yet. And I'm going to put one in the middle this side as well, just to kind of keep it in the middle, because it seems very good at dipping in the middle, because again, that's what duvets do with their covers, is slide out the edges and kind of, you pick them up and the corners might be there, but nothing else is. So that's, yeah, that's a bit weird. Oh, there's a weirdness. I managed to put my pokey thing through basically a cotton knot where they've obviously had to tie the cotton, where a cotton had a big knot in it, and it's in the seam, even though there isn't really a seam there. And I managed to put my pokey stick through it. Sweet. I mean, as I said, one of the biggest things is that different nations have different standards. I mean, we don't tend to eat boar per se in the UK because we don't really have any. But we do round here actually. Round here we do have some, but they're all assholes, so we don't eat them. Although you think that would be why we'd eat them actually, but we do have wild boar not far from here. But it is the, you know, people eat the meat that is available. Now, you know, I don't agree with it, but the Koreans used to eat cat and dog, and still occasionally do. I'd rather they didn't, but I also understand that they're used to doing that, and that's normal. So much as I would rather not, and I don't particularly want to watch them doing it either, that is what they eat. And if you're hungry, food is food. Now, would I eat Amy and Rory should I be desperately hungry? No, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't. Probably give me indigestion. For starters. But here we go. Right. Now I've attached my duvet to its cover a bit. I've got plenty of these. I'm sure they've sent me too many, you know. Yeah, it says 20. I'm sure I only asked for 12. Oh well, I'm not going to complain. 20 it is then. Well, I can definitely attach this thing to it. And some spare. But yeah, it is. Yeah, people eat dog. Now, there are times I might threaten to kebab my dogs. I wouldn't actually do it. Don't tell them that. I know they're right behind me, you can hear me, but don't tell them that. Because I do occasionally threaten to kebab them. Or stew. Yesterday I threatened to put Amy in a pressure cooker, but not live. As in, I will cook you up and stew you because you're being infinitely annoying, right? Chop you into little pieces kind of thing. Again, I wouldn't do it, but it sounds like a good threat, right? She doesn't know that. And she also had no idea what I meant. So, and I absolutely couldn't do it. Absolutely couldn't. If you've ever seen me having stood on one of them, I get quite upset about it all. So I definitely couldn't kebab my dog. But it sounds good. It sounds like a really good threat, you know. It's a bit like when I was a kid, you know, if you say that, I will be talking out the back of your mouth, you know. Or I'll wash your mouth out with soap and water. People did wash your mouth out with soap and water back then. And it was distinctly unpleasant. Not that I had it happen to me, but I do know people who did. I did have to eat some pretty disgusting shit, though. My mother made me dripping sandwiches. Now, stuff cooked in dripping, great. As a cold sandwich, no. Dripping on toast might have worked, but not a cold sandwich. I have to say, cold sandwich was not the thing. I distinctly didn't enjoy that. But I did get £5 for Guide Dogs for the Blind by doing it, so. Because that's what it was. That was my mother's deal. I'll give you £5 if you eat this sandwich. Okay. You know, kind of thing. But I did eat it and keep it down, so I got my £5 for Guide Dogs for the Blind. I don't think she actually thought I could do it. You failed to underestimate my stubbornness, mother. I grew up with my mother. Of course I'm fucking stubborn. My boss made a comment about a meeting that I was in yesterday. He went, "You held your own really well." And I was like, "Oh, darling. Really? You thought that was me holding my own? I hadn't even got started yet." I had a question, I wanted to ask it, I got to ask it, you didn't really answer me, and I pointed out I didn't feel that really was an answer, and then, oh look, due to the patching you had to do my answer anyway, and oh look, it made a difference. I was right. You know. But yeah, it's sweet. Wow. Oh. You see, I must admit, I'm a lot like that. When I do my crafting, I don't tend to sell it to people. Even if I make it and they go, "How much do you want?" My answer is, you can give me money that I can give to a charity of my choice. I have already spent the money. I don't like doing it for money either. I do a lot of these kinds of things because I want to. If you then want what I've made, well, I've already paid for it. Sweet. But you see, that's the thing. I would much rather do that. I would much rather go, because I buy and make crafty things irrelevant if anyone ever wants it. If you then want one, and I go, "What about this one?" And you go, "Oh, I love that. Great. There you go. I've already made it. I've already spent my money it." And I know we've all seen the short videos about whatever math. So you have like math, girl math, boy math, dog math, cat math, all that kind of shit. The one thing I do agree on to a large extent is, if I've already spent the money and I was doing it because I wanted to, I don't necessarily mind giving it to you. If you demand I give it to you, no. You now pay for that, because you don't get to demand whether I give you a gift or not. Because, unless I'm making it for your birthday or something, right? If I make, I'm not going to pick this, but, And so, I love the Swedes. They're all great. You're all great over there. When I played EverQuest, I played with a bunch of Swedes on the test server, and they were the nicest people. And do you know what? They were the only people I missed when I left EverQuest, and I've never found them again, which is a bit of a shame because I miss them. Because I really did. I mean, I couldn't have told you a single thing really about any of them, other than they were Swedish and they had really fast internet back in like 2002. But I loved them as people. They were great. They always were friendly. They involved me if I wanted to, and they were always happy to see me. And it really made my day. And I say, well, there are quite a few people I think who live in a similar vein. Well, there are quite a few people who kind of feel the same, because, like I said, if I've bought a shitload of wool and I knit a scarf, and someone goes, and I'm, there I am saying the doctor's surgery, and I just about finish it. I go, okay, great. And I'm going, what the fuck do I do with this? Because my ability to make far exceeds any ability to use, right? Of everything. I mean, just look at how many tea towels I wove, right? I must have done hundreds, and I don't use tea towels, really. I use one, and then I can always wash it and use it again. Maybe two, right? I made hundreds, and it was like, so I'll go, oh, that's pretty. Do you want some? There you go. And it was, I did it with next door's mother, although sadly departed. She was round once, and she kind of went. She was talking to me at my front door because they came to introduce her. She went, "What's that?" And I went, "It's a weaving loom." And she went, "What do you mean?" And I went, "Well, I make things like these," and showed her some. Well, exactly, right? You have this great ability to make shit, and then you just have a big pile of shit you made. You don't actually touch it, or you give it away. And so this lovely lady, because she really was lovely. She was Irish, and they're very into their cooking and stuff. And I went round, and I ran round afterwards with a little pile of them for her. And I said, "I made these. You can have them." And then she came round afterwards, and she went, her daughter just explained to her, when I meant I made them, it wasn't I got some material, I folded the ends over and called it done. No, I made them. And she was like, "Oh my God." And I went, she goes, "What do you want for them?" I went, "Nothing. They're a present." Looking at their face when they see that you made that, and obviously the right people, because there are assholes out there, but the right people, you give them something and go, "I made that." So whether it's knitted, crocheted, embroidery, cross-stitch, lace making, weaving, whatever, if their face lights up and goes, "Oh my God, that was the right person." When you get the "is that it" person, you slap them, take it away, and never give them anything again. Because you ungrateful little poop. It's the same with the, I don't know, let's say at the end of this curtain, because it would have cost me about £9 in thread, I decide to charge £10 for it. Right? If I put it up for 10 quid and someone goes, "I don't see it might cost that much," well, you off and make it then. You can't have this one. Right? I am of that ilk, though. There is a little bit of me that kind of goes, "Don't you spit on my things." I mean, we've all had a present and gone kind of, I don't know, here's this thing, and you go, "Okay." Maybe you don't make lace and you just get this thing and you go, "Okay, thanks, Auntie Jane. I'll make great use of this." What does this fucking thing do? What is this shit? What? Yeah. And we've all had presents like that. Or the thing that someone made you that's got like a 20-foot arm one side and 2 inches the other, and it wasn't supposed to be like that. It wasn't someone being, fashionable. But, and even if it does look like a 3-year-old made it blind drunk, if they bothered to spend enough time and effort to make you something, and even if they didn't make it for you, they spent enough time making that and wish to give you the love and, well, maybe the hate, because we all know that quite often you get to the end of it and you're sick of it. But, they spent hours on that. Don't turn your fucking nose up. Don't be an ungrateful bastard about it. Because, well, chop your fingers off and you can't have any more. So yeah, I am very like that. Exactly. You sit there and you gush about, you. Yay! Jesus. Well, we've all... You'd be surprised. You would be surprised. I work from home. Well, other than the fact that you can see I've got my jumpers on as always, you don't know that that's not all I've got on. I am fully dressed, by the way. But you don't know that. Work don't know that. I'm actually wearing pyjama bottom, I will point out, but I'm still dressed. I could technically go outside in this and not be embarrassed or arrested. I mean, they're not great. They're grey. They're plain grey, so they don't scream. It's not like got big bears all over it. It doesn't look like a pair of pyjama bottoms. They're what I use as pyjama bottoms. So, they're just leggings. So, but at the same time, like you say, I work in IT. I work from home. Well, one of the things that I'm sure you and I both would agree on, I am employed to do a job. I am employed, I'd like to think, because of what I know. If you employed me for my amazingly good looks, you picked the wrong dude, right? But darling, I am effectively a bit of a hoarder. Now, it's not hoarder as in newspapers from 1920 and I won't throw them away. I do have Mount Crapmore, and I've mentioned Mount Crapmore a few times, and it is crap. It is, well, not all crap, because the base of Mount Crapmore actually has stuff in it. But Mount Crapmore is quite a lot of stuff that should be in a bin, right? But most of my house is just overpopulated, and I'd have to put like cupboards on every wall to house it all, or stick it up in the loft, right? And well, if I stick it up in the loft, you know that 10 minutes later I'll bloody want it, so I don't do that, right? Yeah, it's not that it's utter shit, because it's not. It's things that maybe other people wouldn't know what to do with, such as, I know, shit ton of these, right? So if should I demise overnight, someone coming around to clear my house is going to go, what the fuck is all this shit? And I don't disagree with that. Totally don't disagree. But it's my shit. Actually, I've got 2 houses of shit, so I am really kind of up there on the hoarding stakes. But it is one of those kind of aspects is that I have lots of crafty shit, more crafty shit. You know, I've got my dining room is my loom room. Exactly. And because I came from a poor family, we didn't chuck shit that could be used. Yeah. But this is the thing, right? I think by the time you're old enough, if you haven't got a bit of a hoard, I mean, it doesn't matter what your hoard is, whether it's, you know, Seventh Hammer figurines, whether it's books, whether it, because books are, here's the thing, if my house was wall to wall shelves of books, everyone just goes, oh my, how educated. But the moment it's crafting materials, you're just a hoarder. Have you noticed that, right? It is funny how, you know, it is funny how that works out, right? If you have wall to wall, you know, expensive paintings, you're an art appreciation person. You're still a hoarder of paintings, dude. So yeah, I have an excess. I have more shit than I have places to put stuff, but it's not stuff you can't use. Or, sorry, stuff the right person can't use. So there's lots of yarn, weaving yarn, knitting yarn, tablet weaving yarn. Well, the problem is many of us have enough project materials to keep us going till into a second lifetime. Irrelevant of our current age. Possibly even a third lifetime or a fourth lifetime, depending. But the problem is that today, this is the project. So there's no instinct that it's not straight here. But the next project, I don't know what the next project is, necessarily. I've got lots of ideas. Well then, but I might have the materials to make it. Or more likely, I'll buy new ones to make the project. And not use any of the ones that I've got. Because that's how it works. But it is one of those things, right? Is that we all, most crafters, have, whatever your craft is, have, to the outside viewer, an excessive amount of stuff. Too many of what looks to be identical things, especially tools. people do not necessarily appreciate some of the nuanced differences in the tools that you have. So, for example, like having a complete set of imperial and metric spanners. I'm going to go that I'm definitely a trauma person on that one. I have some traumas, and I also, over the years, have worked out that now I will blame my mother because she was quite traumatic in many ways, but she was a crafty person and she encouraged me to try things. As a result, I have always had craftiness around me. Now, my dad did crafty things too, don't get me wrong. So both my parents did crafty things. My dad was more wood, and he did wall tapestries, so the one where you have like almost like a seed stitch look to it. He did lots of those. I've got some of them in my old house because he did loads of pictures. They were on the wall of his house, so I kept them because he made them. I don't like them, but I kept them. Exactly. And it is funny how the right object, it is appreciation. The wrong object, in some people's eyes, you're a hoarder. And whether you collect, you can collect vintage silverware, vintage dolls that are frankly minging. You can, I'm not saying that all dolls are minging, but you can collect some that really look like they should have been sunk with the Titanic, and possibly had, and no one washed them since. You get, the ones that have that real kind of brown wee look to them, dolls, teddy bears, those are all kind of acceptable. But when it's crafting material, when it's parts for things, when it's, as you say, an obscure thing that not everybody's gotten into at some point, you're just a hoarder. And it's kind of like, I know I explained this before, in that I have a theory that we are, I'm sure you've heard this one, is my theory about schizophrenia. Now, we all know, as you've mentioned, you're autistic too, autism is a spectrum. You can be, and of course 0, being basically not, is still on the spectrum because you're 0, but you're not counted because it's 0, right? But you can be very mildly autistic, or you can be basically unable to live by yourself and function autistic. Now, I'm in the kind of top half. I'm not going to say much into the top half, but because I vary. But I am in the higher functioning end of autism. And the fact that you're talking to me, I'm going to guess that you're verging on the same line. But I would argue that people are nearer to schizophrenia than they would like to think. Because people find schizophrenia quite... I know it's not called that anymore. Multiple personality disorder now. So I've got a feeling that people are closer to that than they think. So, how many times have you sat there and had an argument with yourself going, I really ought to do that. Yeah, I really don't want to though. And you're actually having that conversation. Maybe in your head, maybe partly in your head. How many times do you talk to yourself? Well, so do schizophrenics. The difference truly between them and, let's call it, normal level, is that ours is I really ought to... I know, it's stupid, isn't it? But as I said, right, is that if you, how many times have you talked yourself out something? How many, the devil and the angel on your shoulder kind of thing, right? Oh, I really should do that. Yeah, but no one will appreciate it. Why are you going to bother? You have that conversation in your head. It's not really any different. The true difference between basically problematic schizophrenia and non-problematic schizophrenia, is that one says burn down buildings and kill people, or yourself, or hurt people, or whatever. The other is you having a fight going, oh, I don't really want to, I should, no, I don't, no, I don't. But it's really not that far apart, if you think about it. And it you know, I think that, like a lot of these things, is that I think that's the difference, is that the difference between what makes us autistic and everyone else is, while we do think differently, because there is quite a big scale and a few varieties, and a lot of people are probably a lot closer than they'd like to believe they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But some of us could do with a bit of help, and some don't. Now, my level of help usually is kind of not a lot. But occasionally I kind of break, and then I need some help. Unfortunately, I've got a co-worker who's very good, partly because, well, his entire family's autistic. Well, not his family, the family he married into, and his children are autistic. So his wife is, and his children. And so he is used to it to an extent, but sometimes I just need to hear someone else's voice and talk through the problem. Or explain, because one problem I definitely have with you know, my kind of melts is, if I melted right here and now, I could not explain to you why, because it's now. Tomorrow, when it is history, yeah, okay, it's factual, it doesn't bother me, and I'll happily tell people. I don't mind. It doesn't feel personal. It doesn't feel it doesn't make me feel vulnerable from trying to explain, because it is factual. Yesterday, I got really upset because, right? But today, while I'm in the middle of it, I cannot explain myself because I'm too busy having it and haven't got to the end of it all to tell you exactly what the problem is, because I haven't worked it out yet. All I know is I am. And it's a bit like, you know, if you wake up and you're cold, why are you cold? Well, obviously it's cold, but why? Well, and it's that kind of thing, is you can't the instant you wake up explain 100% why you're cold. Chances are the heating didn't kick in. But why didn't it kick in? Is it, you know, you can't finish that answer until you've gone and looked. And so for me, my emotions work the same way. I can have them now and I don't understand them. Tomorrow, I can explain to you, I felt this because that happened, because so-and-so said this clashed with this added together, I was already tired and grumpy, and you asked me to do this, which isn't my job, and I didn't want to do it, or you said my ass looked fat, and well, yes it does, but, you know, I didn't want to hear it, or, you know, or you said I didn't try when I did, I'd been up all night doing it, and you ungrateful wanker, you know, I can explain it, but at the time, no, I can't. And it is one of those weird things, is that I do feel that while we have named many things, a lot of them are, it's a bit like, for example, the seasonal adjustment disorder. Sad. The thing basically where people feel more miserable in winter. Whereas the reason for that is because it's dark, wet, cold and fucking miserable. What is there to be happy about? You know, here it is, it's 4:45 and it's fecking dark out there. You know, it's not like I can go and sit out in the garden and enjoy the sun like I could if it was July, you know. So, you know, it's not like after work you can go out and have a nice evening. I know what you mean. But it is, right? There are times when you're just kind of going, I wonder if that server fits up your ass, because if you say that one more time, I am going to try it. You're not, but there is that fleeting thought of, it would be fun to have a go, because right now, love, you'll get on my nerves. You know, it'll probably split you too. That'll be funny. You know, it's that kind of... Yeah, you probably were, but that's all right. You're amongst friends. But it is one of those things, right? Is that We've all sat there and kind of gone, I'm going to shove a poisonous spiky cactus up your butt if you do that again. You don't necessarily mean it, but you kind of do, because, well, you had the thought, didn't you? Otherwise, where did it come from? You know? As I said, I was thinking of, you know, pressure cooking the dog yesterday. Didn't mean it, but I must have thought about it, otherwise I wouldn't have said it. Yeah, well, my favourite one, those little humpback bridges where you go over them and you go whee as you go over, because if you take it at just the right speed, you don't necessarily take off, but you feel, you know, you kind of go weightless momentarily. But of course, if you do it fast enough, you do actually take off. Of course, we've all tried it a little bit. We haven't actually, well, of the humpback bridge, haven't tried it on a roundabout. But yeah, most of us, well, actually, there's a good video of a woman who did. Have you not seen the video of the British woman who did? She had her kid in the back and everything. She hit the roundabout, must have been doing 80 or 90, took off, landed far beyond the other side. It wasn't a little widgy roundabout, it was a big roundabout. It was the kind, you know, with like 5, 6 X's on it. And she took off, landed far the other side. Little humpback bridges that go over like little rivers or something that just, you know, almost 2 car lengths that just kind of go up and over, and you just kind of go on top, and it's just that if you catch it at the right speed, there's just this little whee moment as you go over the top. But no, this woman hit we've got quite a few of those in the UK, because we have quite a lot of little rivers, streamy things. Let me see if I can find you the woman in the car thing. Hang on. I'd recognise it if I saw it. Do I really want short videos? Let's have a look for big videos. I'd recognise it if I saw it. Because it was kind of a dual carriageway, and she hit the roundabout so hard. She literally took off astronomically. It was a few years ago, so finding it could be difficult. No, that's not it. Oh yeah. Well, we've all thought about doing that one. That could be it. Hang on. Well, that could be one like it. Hang on. Fuck me. That'll do. Wasn't the one I was thinking about, but you know you were saying about clearing the railings. Holy mother of crapness. It'll make you jump a bit. Do need to point out that it will make you jump a little bit. Actually, one of the things that I've always wanted to try, one of my first jobs was in kind of a bit of a rural area, not really known for any military or anything. And one day, though, and our office, my window was right next to the high street. So there's loads of shops below us, loads of people milling about. It's slightly chatty, but not hugely noisy. Anyway, there was this horrendous grinding noise. It's like, what the fuck's that? And it took ages. It was getting louder and louder and louder. Fucking tank going down the high street. I've always wanted to do that. Ever since I saw a tank going down the high street, I've always wanted to be the dude in the tank going down the high street. I also wanted, there was one point I wanted to get a tank because where we had to park for work was on the normal streets, and I was hysterical because it's not like they, well, I know they can move at speed, but the amount of fuel they get through is ridiculous. But where I used to have to park for a company, we had to park on the streets, and I got through 6 bumpers in 6 weeks because people kept smacking them into my car. And I wanted to get a tank so that the damage was done to them, not me. I mean, I did kind of have a tank. I had a fucking Cortina after all, but not enough. I still needed bumpers. But yeah, that roundabout one's quite cool. I hadn't seen that one. You got me on a whim now for watching fucking roundabout takeoffs and car crash things, because I've always wanted them. I like the idea of a monster truck, but I don't want to pay for those tyres. Tyres are expensive, man. You know. Mind you, there's the Farmer Giles. I don't know what his actual name is, but the farmer who of the land round here, he's got what I would call a monster truck tractor. In that he's got a little normal tractor, so average tractor sized, and then he's got one that's got, like, 20-foot wheels or whatever. They look like 20 feet. They're not. There must be 6 or 7 foot wheels. And they are, like, huge, and they're kind of like, it looks like a monster truck because it's not quite a normal cab on massive wheels, but the cab is bigger, but not proportionally to the wheels. So the cab's, say, twice as big, the wheels are like 6 times the size, and it's kind of like, and he drives it past the back of my house. Now I can't see it from here, but I can hear it. And occasionally I got out and go, Jesus Christ, that's big. Because, of course, the wheels are taller than my fence. And I've got I won't say I've got holes in my fence. I've got a lattice top part of my fence. So from about 4 feet to 6 feet is a lattice bit, so I can kind of see through it. Keeps brightness in the garden a bit. After all, it's not like I need it for privacy. I don't do anything interesting in my garden. And it looks over farmland, so it's not like people are walking past. But the fact that if he fell out of his cab, he would clear the fence without even a second thought, it's a pretty tall set of wheels. And occasionally he drives it down the road. I say drives it down the road. Our road's only 100 metres and it's mine. And technically he's not supposed to be on it. Because, well, they don't contribute towards the road, so it's not theirs to use. They should use their own driveway, but they don't. But I'm not brave enough to go and tell them that. Unless when it comes to the repairs, I might say, are you willing to contribute towards it, given the amount of farming equipment and the fact that your farming equipment's far more likely to do damage to it than a couple of Amazon men. Because there's a speed bump. Yeah. I can imagine that, actually. I've seen a few similar things to that. I'm not going to condone their behaviour, but I have seen people get on the pavement and drive down the pavement because they only wanted to turn left in like 20 yards and would been sitting in traffic for an hour and they got bored. I have seen people do things like that, and I bet they felt pretty fucking mean and all. But as you say, it is kind of like, there are definitely times, Yeah, what does that say? Okay. What to do later then? Right. We've made some lace. We're doing all right. I'm going to do a little bit more. Not necessarily a huge amount more, but we're going to do some more. We haven't made a lot. We've done a lot of talking though. It's been fun. I've absolutely enjoyed talking to you guys. So it's not. This is not a race. I am making this because I want to. It doesn't have a target deadline, just as bloody well. To be honest, let's be honest here. It is just as well it doesn't have a deadline. You know. 3 of you. Put you over there. 3 of you. No! Will you quit it? The famous vehicle over here for that principle is the Animal, which is a pickup. Anyone who's got one of those is notoriously expected to be kind of lacking in that department. But, you know, you'll need the Hubble telescope to find it, kind of deal. It is funny how certain vehicles do conjure up a persona for people in them. And my ex-husband has a particular picture of people in Mercedes, partly due to my dad. I need to point it out, it was partly my dad's fault. But he always, because my dad always went round with a flat cap and a pipe when he was out. And drove a Mercedes. Therefore, Trev expects all Mercedes drivers to kind of look like that. If they're of certain racial traits, right? And a friend of mine, in fact, one of my oldest friends, not long after my dad died, bought a Mercedes. He used to have a Volvo, in fact. And then he bought a Mercedes. And due to having a brain the size of an elephant, I sent him a present to go with his new car. And I when it arrived, because it arrived the next day, because Amazon's great like that, I got back, how the hell did you get the right size? And I went, because I ordered your top hat and tails for our wedding. Because when I got married, he was best man, so I ordered his top hat and tails. So I remembered his hat size. I ordered him a flat cap. He absolutely loved it because he knew why I'd done it. Because my dad had one. He probably chucked it in the bin later, but that's fine. It wasn't expensive, it's fine. It's getting warm in here, considering it's only supposed to be 18 degrees. Maybe it's partly because I'm sitting under a freaking high-top duvet, but I feel warm. I feel distinctly warmer than I was expecting. Let me ask it. Apparently it is only 18 degrees in here. Holy shit. I'd have said it was nearer 22. Oh. So this is why I don't need my heating too much, because 18 seems to be perfectly fine. But I am also one of those people that once I get cold, I stay cold for ages. So, you know, 18 degrees will be fine. But if I went out too long and actually got cold, I could come home and sit in 22 for hours and still be cold. There's a few people who've done that, and occasionally come a little bit of a cropper because there's a bit of a pothole or something in the way, but yeah. Again, can't blame you. I used to have a four-wheel drive. I totally understand. It's the, I don't need no road. See you later. Bye. It's only a bit of a hill. Fuck it. Well, it was like the meme one that was going around about the some four-wheel drive thing where the police were trying to chase it and he went up some real kind of steep slope. Must have been a good 1 in 4. And they couldn't keep up because it was kind of, I don't know, well, it wasn't sand, but it was kind of dry dirt that kind of slid a bit. So the police cars couldn't go up and this thing just went. And he got away because, of course, well, couldn't follow him. I'm sure they caught up with him later, but... yeah, what was called? It was one of those. And he's off. He's gone up the hill. Oh, they'll be... and they've gone after him. Oh, wait. They can't. They're stuck. They're coming back down. And he just kept going. Well, to be honest, with a bit of momentum, you'd be surprised how far you can go with a lot of things, but I mean, I had a Cortina, right? Cortinas are bricks. They're square and they're about as aerodynamic as a brick, okay? And they were made in the early 70s just to keep going. So they were made out of real metal. And, you know, you can kind of weld them together with baked bean cans. But I upset someone once. And I am not ashamed at all. Pulled up some traffic lights. Now, it is technically a dual carriageway. But not. But I pulled up, I was stopped at these traffic lights and I've been stopped not very long, and a car pulls up next to me on the right hand side, because bear in mind we drive on the left. So pulled up in the faster lane and he was in some fucking sports car giving it wedge, right? Looking at me kind of, go on then. Yeah, okay. I was 17, 18, and my car had effort. So did I. And Mr. Sports Car obviously didn't know how to drive it, because I won. I ripped the shit out of him in a Cortina. That's like, I mean, I know it's these days you can't really say these things quite as much, but it's being out power lifted by a girl, right? It's the humiliation of, well, a recent version was that when Trev worked at a previous company, someone had been somewhere and they came back with these curries because they were great and they were really hot, and they thought of Trev, and everyone tried a bit and couldn't eat it because it was too hot. And Trev kind of went, munch, 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 that's fine. Now, I do have limits, but I also know my limits, but I also know that as long as it's actually safe for human consumption, I can convince myself to just eat it, because I know that just because my mouth says it's on fire, it's actually not, and that it will pass, and I will shut up and live with it, right? Anyway, Trev and I went to our favourite restaurant place that unfortunately closed since then, and asked them, hey, do you do chicken nuggets? And they went, well, yes, looking a bit puzzled that we'd heard of chicken nuggets. And we were like, And Trev went, can I have a chicken naga? I start with my normal one because, well, I've not tried the chicken naga, so I didn't really want to volunteer it as my whole dinner. And knowing that Trev would only ever eat half of it, I'd get to eat half anyway. So Trev eats like half his dinner and goes, oh, I'm full now, as he does, right? And I won't give it here, because I'd finished mine. And I loved it. I said, you need to take a picture. And he went, why? And I went, you need to take it to work. He went, why? And I went, you need to show it to all your hardy, bolsterously testosterone-filled men that a girl could eat the curry. They couldn't. Because they couldn't eat it. It was too hot. Now, I will say that nagas aren't actually hot, in my humble opinion. Because there are chilies and there are chilies, right? And yes, it might be reasonably high on the Scoville scale, but like a lot of things, there's more to it than that, right? It's like the calories, it's not that simple. Some chilies are hotter than other chilies, but don't seem hotter than other chilies. And the naga kind of falls into that category. The naga is more of a flavour than a heat. To the point, today is takeout night, and I am considering, because God rest their souls, a fortunate company near me don't laugh, naga burgers. So they've made naga sauce, so basically pureed naga chilies, and you can have it on your burger. Now they've also got dried naga powder that they put on fries, but if it was sauce on fries, I would love it. But it's not. It's just dried powder, and it tastes a bit... You know how, like, if you've ever, like, kind of wet your finger, put it in cinnamon and ate it, it just tastes like sawdust. It doesn't really taste nice. It's all dry and horrible. Well, naga powder kind of does the same. It's not the same. You need fresh, moist, ground naga chilies into a slightly watered down paste that is called sauce, because it is barely watered down. And that, my friends, is a dream. Naga powder is just, well, it's got a bit of heat to it, but it's a bit like paprika in that it's got flavour, but it's also dry. It's got to go in things. You wouldn't just sit there and eat it with a teaspoon. Whereas naga sauce, you definitely could sit and eat with a teaspoon. If you're me, anyway. And I think that was too many. Yeah, it was. And so tonight I am distinctly considering having naga burgers. Because, well, I was wondering what I was going to have. And now I've talked of nagas, my brain is thinking of naga burgers. Because they do make really nice naga burgers. They don't really look any different. They just look like a burger. But they're clearly not for the faint of heart. Because, well, these people were crying. Which is why I said Trev needed to take a picture. Because there was me finishing his naga going, nom 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 nom. Next time we went, I had a chicken naga too. Because now I knew I liked it. I will say that their takeout nagas were not the same. They were more salty. Now, that's not necessarily a problem. It wasn't horrid, but they were different. Which was a bit disappointing because they were different. I preferred the in-restaurant version. But the home scent ones were perfectly good. But this lot do naga burgers. They make naga other things as well. Oh, I can't remember what else they have. But basically, whatever they have, you can put naga sauce on it. So you can have, I think you can have pizza with naga sauce on it, actually. Hang on. Let's go have a look. Orders. Wacky burgers. That's right, I had a doner kebab with naga sauce on it last time. That was pretty nice. That was really quite nice. Wasn't quite enough of it for the money though. It's the only answer. However, they do fucking awesome nuggets. Bear in mind, I often buy nuggets for the dogs, right? On Fridays. Most of them, they are battered nuggets, and they're really, really cheap nuggets. These were quality nuggets with bread crumbs on. They were fucking awesome. It was almost wasted on the dogs. But last time I had a classic chicken burger with naga sauce and a doner kebab with naga sauce, which is kind of sounding quite nice. But they do all manner of shit. So let's see what they've got. Let's see. Right, let's see. So they do a naga smash burger. I'm going with stuff with the word naga in it. Most of this stuff you can have naga sauce on, but they do various burgers. I wouldn't want it on a fish burger though. So they can do sausage and chips with naga sauce. That'd be pretty cool. Kebabs, chicken strips, halloumi, chips. Yeah, don't ever do the naga chips though. They were horrible. Ribs. But yeah, you can just buy from them a tub of naga sauce. Obviously, they wouldn't just deliver it if that's all you ordered, but yeah, that it is really quite nice. And they know me quite well, so they're not shy with the naga sauce, which is nice. There's nothing worse than they see that, a name of a girl and kind of go, oh no, she can't possibly eat that, and give you like half a teaspoon of it, and you kind of go, I wanted sauce on my food. Can I have actual naga sauce on it next time? When I used to do gymnastics, on the way back, I used to stop at the kebab van, and they did a particular style of kebab, which is shish kebabs, which is basically you get loads of meat and you scrunch it around a metal skewer, cook it. And he rolled it up in a naan bread, because I kind of said to him, you got anything a bit more substantial? And he went, well, we can do this. And I went, yeah, that sounds great. So I used to have shish kebabs in a naan bread with chili sauce. And he had special chili sauce just for me. Because everyone else got kind of, commercial chili sauce, which is, basically ketchup with, one chili flake in it. And I got pureed chilies. Blimey. Yeah. Oh, I love stories like that. I must admit, there is nothing funnier than showing up someone trying to impress their bird. That's a very British thing to do, by the way. We love the man who's trying to show off, making him look stupid. Anyone who's being an overly big ass and showing off, if they trip up, especially things like in a pub, because that's when it went even better. But it's a bit like trying to show off, slipping and falling over. I mean, you've all seen the ones where they're skateboarding and they trip up and knock their balls out by landing on a railing or something. The howls from the British public. You should just go and hide. Be a hermit. Never show your face again, because we will not forget. And like I said, I think I told you the story of the girl in Kingston upon Thames wearing trainers that she couldn't even lift up because they were too heavy for her. And they were platform ones. She couldn't walk in them. And it's the same. I'm sorry, but we will not forget you. You will forever bring joy to us. The moment we are down, we think of you. And instantly, we are feeling better because you look such a tit. It's not that we wish ill on people. It's not. We really don't. But at the same time, if you bring it upon yourself, we will revel in your stupidity. You know, it is the play silly games, win silly prizes, you know. If you're going to do that, then, you know, that's the price. I mean, without being too political, it's a bit like a lot of the celebrities who do really dumb shit and then hate the fact that they're caught. You're a celebrity, of course people are going to take note that you did something dumb. I mean, if I go down Tesco's in my pyjama bottoms, as I said, not that you can overly tell, but I went down Tesco's in my pyjama bottoms, to be frank, I doubt many people would even bat an eyelid. Yeah. It is that kind of moment. I mean, we've all done something trying to show off and fuck it up. I broke my finger doing mine. I tried to leave the car park with a little bit more speed than one desired, and in making a grab for the steering wheel, I rammed my finger into it, but because it was so cold, my finger was kind of numb. And I realised I banged it, so I went like that, but when I went like that, the top bit went ning, and I went and then had to take myself to hospital. So, yeah. But we have all kind of done it at some point, right? We've all shown off a bit at some point. Not necessarily for the right reasons, you know. And cocked it up. Yeah, it hurt a bit. What was more annoying is I started a new job the next day. So I started a new job with a broken finger. And it's very difficult to type with when you're used to typing with 10. And of course, the same Saturday, I was supposed to be teaching flute to a load of people that I was starting doing, and I couldn't do that either. So, why is this not feeling right? I think it's just I badly placed that last bit. But yeah, so I've done it. I've done dumb shit. I'm the one who reversed into her own house because I was looking at Trev's car because he wasn't in it. I was trying to work out where he'd gone because he didn't have keys to the house. And it hit the post that was holding up my porch. Now, I moved it a fair bit, but I didn't actually bring the porch down on top of the car. And in fact, I did take quite an interesting chunk out of my car. And it cost me quite a few to fix it. But that was the price of my own stupidity. Got pictures of that somewhere. Actually. Yep. Been there, that. I haven't done that one myself, but I've watched plenty of those who did, and I've been behind plenty of those who did. I'm very good in snow, actually. Snow is one of my better moments. Let me... it's going to be around about here somewhere, actually. Hang on, I'm just trying to find... No, that was me taking a picture of my wheel for some reason. That was me helping out that bloke with his garment. That was the stupid woman who shouted and stomped and tried to break my car because she'd driven down the wrong side of the road when she didn't have right of way and got really pissed that I wasn't just going to let her. Where's the bit where I bust pack so? Come on, it's got to be around here somewhere. No, that was some idiot parking. I'm trying to skim through for all the car pics. Problem is I don't remember the exact... Well, I remember exactly when I did it because I had to have my nose operated on and it was the same. It was pretty much and it was pretty much the same time because I had a temporary car while I did it. Okay, you do that. I'm looking to see if I can find the picture of my poor car. Hang on. It's got to be around about here. There was that hideous Volvo I found that someone had put loads of painted tape on it. There's the temporary car, so it's going to be... There you go. It's not going to look very much. I do promise you, it's not going to look very much. But this was the damage I did to my car by reversing into the post. I made a corner of it somewhat thinner. That's the back corner for understanding. It's got red bits on it. But yeah, that's the back wheel arch on that you can see. But yeah, I made it a bit smaller. That cost quite a lot because the part that goes up and around actually goes all over the top of my car because it's a Mini. So yeah, that cost a few to fix. That was not one of my better moments. I mean, actually, if you look at this, you can see that it pushed the whole side in, so that's... Oh, I did a good one. I did one a bit like that. Now, I was in a four-wheel drive, and I don't quite know how I did this. Yep. Hello, Naughty Cat. No, I did a really good one. I was driving to karate one day, and there's a little roundabout, and the main road, which is a dual carriageway, kind of goes along here. Yeah, we do tend to do small cars. If you've seen our garages, they're still too big. But the main road goes like this, but there's a roundabout and there's a road that comes off it, right? And I'm on this road going off, and I want to go up the main road that way. And there's traffic lights that stay. There's a traffic light for me to go on it. Yes. And then there's another set of lights blocking so that we don't block the main road if we get partly on the roundabout. And I just went through those lights as they were turning red, and the back end of my Freelander just went, and I ended up facing the wrong way on this roundabout. And the look on my face must have been priceless because I was so embarrassed. I mean, I was red as can be because you shouldn't be able to do that when four-wheel drive's engaged. I assume there was something slippy on the roundabout because I was not doing that kind of speed. You couldn't. It was frigging rush hour. It was solid traffic. But clearly I caught something just right, and literally, and instead of driving around it and kind of, you know, if this was me, instead of coming around the roundabout like this, as I would have done, I got to here, and as the light went red, I got to here, and my car just kind of went, and I'm like, and I literally bumped against the roundabout. No one was hurt, no damage to nothing, you know, except my pride. And I kind of turned around and, you know, said thank you to the people who looked at me with that, oh my God, a woman driver. No, there's no way you do that in a four-wheel drive. Car did its own thing. I just happened to be sitting in it. I assume the car in front of me shit a brick somehow. Well, thankfully, I didn't hit anyone else. It was just literally me. I did a 180 and ended up, because I was on the inside lane, ended up bumping gently against the curb like I was doing a skid park. You know, if that had been parking, people would have applauded, right? Always the way, right? Like we said about hoarding, you know, the right thing, it's a good thing. The wrong thing, it's not, you know. If I'd done that as a park, people would have fucking cheered. But it was just the embarrassment because the moment I'd gone round that corner, I felt the car starting to go, and turning into it, nothing made a blind bit of difference. Because I was going round a corner, it just kept the trajectory and slowly and gracefully slid round, tink, and I'm like, the fuck, man? I assumed the car in front of me had an oil leak. Oh, Paxo. Yeah, Paxo's a mini though, not a beetle. Steve, my co-worker, he's got beetle. He's got an old kind of Herbie. It is I think it's a soft top one, but he's got a Herbie. He's got a proper Herbie, i.e. the old beetle, not the new beetle. Because they're just not the same. I'm pretty sure he's got an old Herbie. I don't think it's a old new Herbie, if you know what I mean. The very first new Herbies. I think it is proper Herbie. I've forgotten though. Haven't seen it for quite a while. So how you doing, Naughty Cal? Welcome to the party. We've been nattering a lot today. Hence I haven't done a lot of lace making today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, my Freelander. He was blood red. I loved that car. I made a rather misplaced joke. But you remember we were talking about things you say that you kind of didn't mean, but the fact that you even said it meant you'd thought it, so maybe you did a bit. I see. Yeah, no. My Freelander was a deep maroon colour, right? And I always joked, because my boss of the time was someone who had a real problem with me. Not because I was a problem, because he really had an issue with women, right? And I always joked that if he ever stepped out in front of me, I would be disappointed with myself if I braked. Now, we all know that if anything leaps out in front of your car, you instantly brake out of panic, whether you wanted to or not, pretty much, right? So, hence the phrase was, I would be disappointed with myself if I braked. Because I know I would, so I would be disappointed at the missed opportunity. But the idea was, the joke was it was that car so it would hide the blood. Yeah. In case I managed it. That was how that went. It's not why I bought it at all. It just happened to be that colour. It was there. I needed a new car. It was there. I liked it, so I bought it. I'm not one of I am not particularly. In the days of Cortinas, I would not budge from a Cortina for love nor money, but Cortinas are not really viable anymore. Haven't been for many years, like 25. As a result, I am no longer religious to a particular car or model. There are cars I wouldn't want. They definitely go that far. There are cars I don't want. Yes, Tesco's, I know. I will finish my order later. But I am not exactly. So when I go looking for a car because I need a new car, because maybe the other one's dead. I mean, this one technically is, but I don't do enough miles in it. Which reminds me, I must order the charger so I can charge it, so I can get MOT for it, so I can get my insurance for it in 2 weeks' time. Time's ticking down and I still haven't done nothing with it. Because I must get an MOT. It'll probably pass, which is the sad part. But you sit there and it's kind of like, when I went to get Paxo. Well, good for you. How many billion quid did that cost you? Because they're not cheap these days. I remember when batteries were 20 quid. And that wasn't that long ago. Or it didn't feel that long ago. I mean, it was, because it was more than 25 years, but it doesn't feel that long ago. That's not too bad. Especially for a van. I paid more than that for my Mini. But I have got a stop-start, so... stop-start batteries are a bitch. Um, there it is. Yeah. So yeah, I really must buy a charger. Yeah. See, this is the problem with cars. That was kind of me in my Freelander. The red face, I could have caused global warming. I could have been the cause of global warming if it was not already warming up by that point. I contributed to global warming that day a lot. My face was so red. And like you, I didn't want to cry specifically, but I was just so mortally embarrassed. And I got to karate and I wasn't myself. And the guy who ran it was a good friend, and he kind of he went, "What's wrong with you?" And I went, I told him which roundabout it was, and I went, and as I came round it, my car did a 180 and I ended up facing the wrong way, and I had a red face, and I still feel really embarrassed, even though none of you saw it, but now I've told you, haven't I? Yeah. It's a bit like, you know, I mean, I told you at the time I fired in church and it really echoed, but it's that kind of, hey, here's my really embarrassing thing that I'm really humiliated by. Let's share it around. Yeah, that's a really sensible thing to do, Liz. Yeah, that'll make you feel so much better. Tell people who are going to laugh at you. Yeah. And of course they did laugh at me. To be honest, it was funny, but it's not a point. So not a point. It's like the fact that I do tell the me slipping in dog wee and ripping my knee apart as a joke. Oh, my co-workers are weird. I wouldn't tell them, no. Because, well, they're weird. I'm pretty sure I've told Steve at some point, but I wouldn't tell most of them because, yeah, no, I don't trust them with that kind of information. But, you know, it is one of those weird things is that you kind of, I mean, we all laughed at Steve when one day on his way home, we shouldn't laugh at Steve because it really wasn't funny, but it was funny in a way. It's not funny, okay? I do mean it. It's genuinely not funny. He hit a deer on the way home. It totaled his car. But we laughed at him because he totaled his car. That's how it works, right? He came around the corner, hit a deer, end a car. Well, it's the fact that you wrote your car off. That's what makes it funny. We don't like. I mean, the deer did die pretty instantly. So, you know, with all sincerity, at least it didn't really suffer, right? I mean, obviously it suffered, but it didn't, you know, gruesomely eke it out, right? But as I said, it's like me slipping in dog wee. That's funny. Me lying naked on the floor, rammed in a door frame, covered in cold dog wee. That's funny. It's like farts are funny. Don't be pretending farts aren't funny. It doesn't matter when they are, who they are, why they are. In fact, the more posh the occasion, the funnier they are, right? Hence, my church one was hysterically funny. For me, at least. Karate one, hysterically funny. I spent 10 minutes laughing to myself about that. You know, I farted on Darth Maul, I'll have you know. Not intentionally, but I succeeded all the same. It is one of those moments, right? Is there are times when things that shouldn't be... One of the things that is very British to do is laugh when there is nothing else. When things are so bad, you laugh at them. Because what else are you going to do? You're going to do something. You've got all this kind of in you and it comes out as a laugh. And so, yeah, the frustration, the embarrassment, the stupidity, yeah, you laugh at it. And that's what I did with the Freelander. I was humiliated, but at the same time, I find it funny because it was me. And I could see, like you did, the picture of the guy's face behind me kind of going, twat. And, I mean, he didn't laugh at me, but you could see he was kind of going, what the fuck are you doing? He didn't shout at me. He didn't, you know, I was quite pleased for that. But at the same time, he could have done. I'd have deserved it. A guy I used to work with was driving a pool car. And you know how, like, slip roads off some motorways, sometimes they just kind of slowly peel away. And sometimes they, like, kind of curl round on themselves really quickly. He fucked it up. Even though it said, like, maximum 30 or whatever, he fucked it up. Hit it hard. Didn't go around the corner. Totaled it. Had to phone his boss and go, boss, I totaled your motor. I had to go back to work once and tell my boss I dropped his laptop and broke it and written it off. I was so embarrassed. Boss gave me his laptop to go and print something on the colour printer, which I had to go to a different office to do because we didn't have one. And I put it in the car, and I thought I'd forgotten something, so I opened the bag, checked it, put the lid down. You know, while I stopped at a thing, just quickly undid it. Oh yeah, there it is, put it down. Forgot that I'd done that, so I picked it up, kind of two hands, picked it up. Why am I carrying like this? Went like this, but of course, 90% of laptop bags, you don't have two handles that make a handle. You have one handle and a flap. So when I grabbed the handle, it fell out. And it fell out and opened slightly on the pavement. Didn't think too much of it. Quickly checked. Didn't look damaged on the outside. Got to where I was going. A little P for the trackball on the laptop, because it was the day of trackballs. Look, I had the little circle, but not the trackball. So I managed to sort it, printed out his thing, went back and asked him to come to his office. No, I'm too busy. You'll have to tell me now. I dropped your laptop. And I went, I dropped your laptop. And he looked at it, and on the outside, couldn't see it. It was only when he went to try and put it in his dock, and it had twisted, it had bent, it had kind of, you know, and it didn't fit anymore. I totally fucked it. Yeah, he didn't like me quite so much after that. He'd really trusted me until then. He'd always used me to do things like drop him off at the airport. I was his kind of go-to do things person. I wasn't quite so popular after that. Well, I wonder why. I mean, at least I told him. It's not like I tried to pretend it wasn't me. I did tell him. I think he did appreciate that, but he was seething. But yeah, at least I had admitted it. As I say, it's not like I'd kind of gone, nah, boss, don't know. You know, I went to the toilet, came back, and it was like that. No, I did admit to dropping it. I do admit to my mistakes. And it's one of the reasons I'm really bad with AI. Because AI, you say to AI, write me some small code that does this. You paste it in and it goes, and you go, this is the error message. And it goes, oh, I see an error in your code. I didn't write this shit. Don't you be blaming me for that. If I wrote it, fine. But you wrote that shit. Don't you be telling me that's my code. That's your code. You made the mistake. You wrote the code that don't compile. You wrote the code. I did it earlier. I asked ChatGPT. Oh, here's a good one for you. This will make you laugh. We have occasionally mentioned how ChatGPT is dumber than a bunch of shit, right? Right? Oh god, yeah! Well, there's nothing worse than a trackpad, because the moment you drop your thumb, it moves the fucking cursor. Right, I want to show you why ChatGPT, etc. are dumb as fuck, right? Because in the programming world, there seems to be a bit of a division. There's those who think they're dumb as shit, And then there are those who would say that they could write the world, right? No, I don't. Sadly. By the way, the machine I dropped was a compact. But let me show you why Chat, GPT, etc. are dumb as rocks. Okay, I want you to think of the word override. Okay? We all know how it's spelled. I asked, how many R's in override? Okay? And I am going to do... Oh, okay. Well, let me show you this, and let me cover up part of it so that you don't get the joke before I've explained it, right? I'm going to show you. Okay. How many R's in override? ChatGPT's core answer. There's one. Override. Spell override. I don't know about you, but I see two. It then goes on to explain that it decides that two R's are only one. So therefore, there is only one R in override. But its core answer, there is one R in override, and I didn't even misspell it. QED. I'm sorry. You fucking what? There was one that someone asked, and it was similar to this. It was like tomorrow or something. How many R's in tomorrow? And it said 3. And it was kind of the same deal. It was kind of like, well, what do you mean 3? And he went, what? And it went, well, there's, tomorrow, and then there's an R there, and then row at the end. So there's 2 R's at the end and 1 before it. No, all right. It's 2, you dumbass. So, if you ever needed proof, ChatGPT, etc., are dumb as rocks. There you go. Take a word like override and ask it how many R's are in it. Because no, it doesn't count as 1. If teacher asks you how many R's in override, she will fail you if you say 1. Because shut up, Trev. So yeah. ChatGPT, there are things that it's good at. It does, doesn't it? It is but dude, you're just drinking your hole way deeper than you started in. I mean, earlier it could have been you misheard, you didn't understand. But now you've gone arse over face and spent 20 minutes explaining how, black is white, up is down, and everyone's just laughing at you, dude. Just shut up. Walk away. Walk the heck away now before you dig your grave any further, right? I do know exactly what you mean. But yeah, ChatGPT, it's good for some things. You can ask it general questions. You can ask it for context. You can ask... I'm really surprised it couldn't do something like override. I mean, Christ, really? But, you can ask it, what ifs. You didn't pay attention. That was Copilot. That is Copilot. Look, the top left-hand corner. Copilot. Probably because I shouted at it afterwards. But yeah, that was literally yesterday. How many R's in Crash Override? Maybe someone's taken the hint, right? But this is the thing. Hang up. Let me reply. Yeah. But yeah, there are things. No. Well, it's not just that. A lot of programmers think that it is the answer to the life of the universe and everything. The biggest problem is that 90% of the code that it will have looked at is on a page saying this shit doesn't work. And I don't know why. So it will have seen this code a lot, because 9 times out of 10, these people, they write some shit, it doesn't work, and they go literally anywhere relevant and post it on all of them in the hopes that someone will answer their question. So you'll find 900 copies of the same question. And, well, of course, all of these LLMs work on statistics. So if every time it comes across it, and you've got someone else who's gone, I found this post on this, I used this code, but it didn't work. The same code is going round and round and round and round again, and it still don't fucking work. But ChatGPT doesn't read that bit. It goes, if you have typed this, the statistical probability that the next word will be is, and puts the next highest probability word. Because it doesn't actually understand English. It doesn't actually understand words. That's how it works. It's statistics. And so, yeah, it's going to take all the shit code and send you a picture of it and mash it together. What did Trev say? There's a lovely lady called Dr. Penny DeBille. She is the loveliest lady. She's Australian. And she has a Udemy course on AI. And one of the first things she does is show you how effectively to build an AI using an Excel spreadsheet. She is a very clever lady. I mean, it is a fairly simple AI, I'm going to point out. But effectively, it is an AI. And she goes on and explains it all and about how it's about probabilities and... I quite like the fact that you can have a conversation with it. I like that you can pose an idea. So, for example, I can slap it some code and go, I'm thinking of adding this. If I change this and add this, will, so for example, like my combat system, if I change this probability to this, what is the difference? What will the difference be between the average outcome of how long, 100 fights? How many wins and losses would there be? So, if I change it, from say, you've got, a 60% to 40% of the enemy chances of winning, scoring a hit so that you will naturally have an advantage. If I adjust that, how much actually does that work, realistically work out as? Because, I don't, like a lot of games, you don't want it to be a given, but you also don't want it to be impossible. There's got to be a chance, and there's got to be you that makes the difference. But you can use AI to effectively generate what it did for me in the conversation I had at 5 o'clock one morning was it took my code and I said, if this runs 100 times, what is the, outcome? How many wins and losses were there? And it said, so many. And I said, well, what if we change this? And it said, right, now the outcome is this. And it was doing it pretty real time while I was lying in bed, right? For that point of view, A1, brilliant. You can have a bit of a brain worm and not be sleeping because your brain's going, and you can have that conversation and go, so if I add this and change this, how will that affect it? And it'll go like this. And you go, that's not what I wanted. So how much do I need to reduce this value to make it a bit more even? And it will come back with an answer. And you can go, that sounds a bit rough, or that doesn't quite sound right. And you can ask it why that is true. And you can have like a co-worker type conversation with it. But do not expect perfection out of it. Do not expect it to be replacing you as a person. it can... I like the fact that you can have a conversation with it and you don't Google 58 completely random sounding things. You can start off at point A and lead it down a path, and it follows along with you, and it sort of, but not always, remembers how you got down that path, so that when you say, right, so if we add this back to that thing we were first talking about, and it goes, well, that would make this happen. And you go, ooh, no, don't want that. And you can not do it. So there are times that it can be good. But again, part of the problem is like any tool, you need to know its strengths and its weaknesses. And I can tell you now, I asked it last night. What did I ask it to do last night? And it fucked it up good. It was something really simple. Hang on, let me look, because it'll be on my list. No, that wasn't it. Oh yeah, I asked it to make me a character controller because I was feeling lazy. I didn't want to type one out. I didn't want to go and steal one I'd already written. I wanted a really simple one. So I got it to make me one. And it didn't work. Let me show you what happened, right? Without reading it all. So I wrote, if I add an input player component to the game, and then the character controller that Unity provides, with the default inputs, what is the simplest code to link the actions to the controller? And it said this code. How to hook it up, which I already know, thanks. And so I did. And it didn't work. And I said, well, what about look? Because obviously you don't just move forward and the rest of it. I wanted to look around. And I said, right. And I said, really, it says move must take a best, that's not an input value. So it got this definition wrong. Oh yeah, it's changed its signature. Well, you made the assumption that you were looking at the right one, not me. You did that. Oh, correct this. So it did. And I will say it did kind of work. We then moved on a bit later to smooth it out a bit because it was a bit OP. But I will promise you, it did actually work. But it's also not the great... I mean, it's not bad coding. This is not horrendous. Out of all the shit that AI produces, this is distinctly not the worst. But the fact that it got it wrong, because that is the... This was the thing that it told me to put, and this is what it needed, and it got it wrong. And when I said... Because, you know, if you look down... yeah, this is the bit that I think... Let's fix your script. I didn't write this shit! You did! This is where I start getting irate with it. Because then it was... so that was about... What about rotation? Really, it says... I didn't see it. And it then moved on to this bit. Because I then kind of asked it some more questions. So if I scroll back up here. I said, how can I set the nuisance to look by wetting mouse data, but also needs key press? I wanted an extra key. So we were kind of on a slightly different thing. Oh, you can't do that. But you just told me to do it. So it goes, here it says, hang on, where is it? It goes, best practice setup. Best practice note. Set up like this, put a value, put the thing. So put the control there, put the delta there. So I did. It says, invalid thing, cannot accept that. Ah, there's a specific exception that says you can't do this. Why it happens? Why your earlier, yours, not mine, you can't do that. The correct way is to do this. Well, and I think I actually turned around and said to it, so you lied when I just needed to do something and make this. Not lying, just gave you an expected solution before Unity revealed one of its classics on the way. I said, don't weasel out of it. You should have checked before telling me half-baked information. And this is what I do with it all the time. I get shitty with it. And by the way, when you get shitty with it, it kind of sulks. Things like this. You're right to call that, and you're right to be annoyed. I wasn't annoyed. I was just calling you a weasel, dude. There's a difference. If I was annoyed, I'd have called you far worse than that, which I have. And then I forgot which is pitch and yaw because I can never remember. But, you know, it is good for some things, right? And you can have a conversation. And what I do like is when it doesn't work, you can tell it off, right? A bit like, you know, it's a bit like, if someone gives you the answer with that air of confidence and they lied, you can go back and call them a liar and then they kind of get a bit embarrassed. You like to see that. So I do like that aspect of it. But I think of it like Google with a bit more conversation around it. No worries, Naughty Cat. Be good, mister. But yeah, I view it as more of Google with an element of conversation around it. and that you can call it dumb for giving you an answer that was horseshit. So I kind of like using it as a form of Google, but with, because you can do well, I'm interested in this, but I don't want that, and I don't want this, and I don't want that. And I know you can do a lot of that in Google, but sometimes you can be a bit more specific in a conversation of a paragraph of, because if you say, like, in 1923, this happened, like I was looking for the video of the car, I know that there is one of a woman hitting a medium-ish to large roundabout, great speed, takes off, had kid in the back. If I asked ChatGPT that, because I will have mentioned car, I think it was white, I think it was a Peugeot, but, let's say, what woman, car, roundabout, taking off, high speed, but kid in the back, I think it was baby or kid, it would more likely find than Google, because Google gets, kind of takes, car taking off at roundabout, right, I'll go off and do that then. It forgets some of the other words that you specified. It's a bit like if you go to Amazon and you say, right, I want to look at crochet hooks, and it starts giving you knitting needles. Not the same thing, dude. ChatGPT, you can shout at it that's fucking knitting needle, and it'll go, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I should have realised that. And it will kind of go and reevaluate it. Not for long, and it will forget. But you can... I like the fact that you can tell it off, frankly. I think that's the most important bit, is I like the fact that you can answer back. I like the fact that you can tell it it's stupid. And for some reason, mine's favourite... Mine's actually... Yes. Basically. But I do like the fact that I can call it an arsehole, and that I can tell it it's stupid, and, Exactly, but then I like the fact that I can answer that it's shitting code, and don't dare blame me for it. And I have also done things like, I want you to shut up and not say a word. Well, it is, and I like the fact that when it's gone off on one, you can say, right, shut up. I am going to explain a whole pile of things to you, and then I will ask you to give me something, and I want just the thing that I've asked. No extra bits, no frills, no explanations, no fucking by the ways. Just give me the actual answer. If the answer's 42, say 42. Do not give me fucking the whole shebang, right? And it kind of goes, yes, I'll do that. And then every time you type something, it goes, yes, I understand. No, I told you to shut up. But very much, right? And so with that in mind, I do like the fact, though, that you can say to it, I need you to just shut up, listen to what I'm going to tell you, because I'm going to tell you a number of things, and before you answer, you must not give me bullshit. I just want the actual answer to the actual question I'm going to ask right at the very end. And before then, do not be trying to be helpful or guess or no. Just shut up, and it will do it, which I do quite like. Unlike people who don't, which I am one of, by the way, because I think I know what you want, and usually I'm right, which is quite annoying. But it is that kind of thing. I do like the fact that you can argue with it. I quite enjoy that. It doesn't tend to argue back, but it does tend to, like you say, it will defend itself and backpedal a bit and blame you. And then, of course, you can argue with it. And well, yes, you can get your own back is the short. That's the difference. I'm getting my own back. If it acted normally, I wouldn't be like that at all. If it just answered a fucking question, and if I said, how many R's in override, and it went, there are 2. There would be no argument. I would not have felt like wanting to rant it for half an hour about how dumb it was, because even as a dyslexic, I know there are fucking 2. Yeah, because that's the kind of argument I get into it. But yeah, it is. I like it from that point of view, in that it's a bit like having a 24/7 co-worker. So it doesn't matter that it's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's awake, it's had its coffee as much as it ever does, and you can ask it a question. It's not too busy, it's not hungover, feeling sick. You can ask it kind of seemingly random shit. It doesn't judge you for that. it just gets it wrong. But part of the art is knowing, right, that's a load of shit. No, you just told me bollocks there, mate. No. No human being does that. Let's not pretend that's normal, and you can have an argument. And so I think it has a place. And I do find that as a chat version of Google-y type stuff, it is not so bad. By the way, do not, and I really mean this, do not use it with voice. Because with Copilot, you can turn voice on and speak to it. Holy shit, you'll lose your shit with it so quickly. At least when you type it, it's got your words. Even if you put loads of typos in it, it tends to know what you meant. When you speak, it's on drugs. It's done something. It's seen things. It's got problems. I mean, it becomes all of the mental issues of the world and all of the hang-ups and stupidities and drug-filled trances in one. It's not fit to count Norton 1 in as a voice. So don't do that. It is kind of funny though. If you're ever feeling really, really down and you don't drink and you want to giggle, or you don't get high, which I've never done, but I understand you tend to laugh a lot. So anything that you need a giggle and you don't do, and you're really feeling slightly deprived because you need a laugh, try and have a conversation with it with voice. Basically, yeah. But it is kind of amusing to have a conversation with it. Because you can actually... Yeah, you can actually have a full conversation with it. But it's very narcissistic and stupid. And then when you start ranting at it, it doesn't take a tone of voice, but it almost does get defensive, and it becomes quite funny. So I can recommend it, but do not do it about anything serious. Do not expect seriously even remotely feasible answers out of it about even the simplest shit. No, and this is the problem, is everyone's going to go, oh my god, are we going to lose our jobs to it? Not yet, we're not. Clearly not yet. If it can't count R's in a word, which is a really simple piece of code. I mean, part of you would, I don't know about you. I mean, I've programmed for 40 years now. Well, more than that. Yes, 40 years, 41 years this year. Coming up soon. Actually, what's the date today? 41 years next week, pretty much. You would think a computer would be good at writing code, especially code that compiles, because, well, it's a computer. It's the thing it's shittest at. That's the bit I don't get. It is kind of funny though, as a programmer, some of the shit that it comes out with, and you're kind of going, are you sure about it? You see, you can ask it things like, are you really sure about that? And it goes, well, yes. And I said, which version of this do you think that's suitable for? And it'll kind of go, well, this one. And I went, really? Are you checked? And it'll go, no. Exactly. And again, because nearly everyone has a computer these days, the fact that graphics cards and memory chips have gone through the roof in price because of AI is just daft. We don't need it that badly. If we were concentrating on useful things like having it, they have had a breakthrough with AI that was useful, by the way, just to stand up for AI briefly. It's against my nature, but I do feel we need to offer a bit of a balanced view on this. There was a medical team who used AI, and it worked out in something like 6 weeks something that they had dismissed because it wasn't going to work, and it did actually work. So it wasn't like, the cure for cancer or anything, but they did find something useful that they wouldn't have thought of by getting AI to basically run permutations on ideas. So it can do something useful. But you need to ask in just the right, like every tool, you need to use it right. You need to know what it's good at. Yeah. Well, there was a good one I saw the other day, and I sent it to my friend Steve, because my co-worker Steve, because one of his daughters occasionally uses a wheelchair. There's an off-road wheelchair that has got AI built in it that basically is self-steering, a bit like a self-driving car. But you can control it. You don't have to, but you can. And but it will go off-road. It will go, bumping over fields and shitting up hills as long as there's a path. It's not true off-road. It hasn't got like monster tyres on it. But it's an off-road thing that with a bit of AI, so it won't let you drive into things. It will stop you. So you can't kind of, crash it and end up leaping over a bridge or something. And I mean, I dread to think how much it is, but it was also like I was talking to one of the medical advances I was talking to the guy yesterday about, because, as I said, there were... Yeah. But one of the things that I was talking to the guy who was doing my bloods yesterday, trying to get the candle in, is that there is a light that they've got. It's not sci-fi bullshit. There is a light that they can shine on you now that will highlight your veins. And so rather than kind of pokey as they inevitably do and slappy and they can see them on, it'll light up like a fucking motorway, and even if it's under the skin and you can't see it, you'd have to be blind to miss it because, well, it's there, dude, and I thought, and he was kind of like, that sounds really interesting. And it's like, I do find stuff like that interesting. I do like the fact that we, some of the medical advances we make do feel like we're trying to do things that we probably shouldn't, right? We do not need to live forever. I hate to tell everybody, we really, really don't. But I do think that improvements for things such as, one of the things that they did quite a few years ago now was, as we all know, diabetics, often the right kind of diabetic, needs to inject insulin. But they've now made those air things like they had on Star Trek, so that if you really are bad with needles, like I am, it uses compressed air to force it through the pores and stuff in your skin. Yeah. No, but this is the thing. Simple things like that can make a world of a difference. And this guy, instead of, having to poke around a bit, he could have, if he had had one of those lights, he would have been a piece of cake, right? And he'd never heard of it. And he's a phlebotomist. How? You really would have thought that, and it's kind of like, it's not that, I mean, it's not like hundreds of years old, but it's been around, like you say, 10 odd years or so. It's not new. It's not like they discovered it last year. And it just strikes me that for the sake of, like you say, even an infrared lamp would do better. And it's not like they're that expensive. You can buy infrared bulbs. I just think that for stuff, again, for potentially a bit of a scenario discussion, AI can be helpful. Because unlike your co-workers, they get bored and, sorry, I was thinking about my breakfast, I never thought about that. That's a really good point. Let me try. I'll try that after stream when the light's off. Because it works better with the stream off, with the light off, obviously. Yeah, I'd have to have have to have a look with that. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that. Oh, Amy, you are annoying. I know you want nuggets. I do. I am aware, darling. I am. Do you know what the... Darling, I need to explain something to you. As we previously discussed that I am not the skinniest person on this channel, I want to understand how you, with your infinitely small paws, because you do have small bony paws, are unable to stand on me without basically constantly slipping and sliding like you're standing on a waterbed. Your brother manages. Stop licking my hands. You know I hate that. I don't mind a little bit, but I mind a lot. Yeah, no, that doesn't mean do the other one. It doesn't mean do the other one. No. Ah! Ah! Dog. No! Animals! Christ's sake. No! It is not that time. Sneeze. Sneeze. What? Humph. Rattle. Humph. Ah! Ow! Boobs are not to be stood on. The unfortunate problem of being me is that I have ample boobs. I have no particular desire for it because, well, it just gets in the way. But it apparently makes very good dog standing mechanisms. It's a bit like climbers and their holds, only bigger. You can stand a whole dog on mine, apparently, as she has occasionally proved. But it does get a bit annoying. Hello, Rory. I know you want nuggets. I do. I do. I can tell. And we will. We will have nuggets. We will. But not if you molest me. I'll turn you into the blessed nuggets. This is why the kebab and the stewing things come up. You, young lady, were being this annoying terribly yesterday, to the point I offered to put you in the stew pot. Yes. Stop licking my hands. I know what you want. I do. I do. Because I'm not stupid. It is 6:10. I'm hungry too. Is this not... Have you not considered that I also need to eat? You've slept all day. I did a job. And paid for the buying of nuggets. I did. I did. And it was painful and horrible. Yes. And I had to ask my boss for a list of to pick a priority today. Because I had about 6 things that he all wants done for Monday and only one of them was going to happen. And I am very proud to say my boss made the excellent decision, although he did not go back to bed. I did sneak that in as the last option. He did not make me do the training that was due last week. So, with that in mind, I was very pleased. Oi! Both of you. Go off. Words like that do not bring nuggets. There is no death, no blood. Although he's licking his lips. Oh, they have done it once on stream before. He has actually gone to killer on stream before. That was the off level. Let me look. There is no blood. You're just licking your lips because you've been told off. You're annoying. There is no blood, Rory. Stop licking like you're a wounded soldier. And no, I don't want to be licked either. No, settle down. Don't say sorry to me. Say sorry to her. She was the one you went for. I just happened to have hold of you so you couldn't. And told you off for it. Yes. Animals. Stop licking my hands. They are clean and they are warm currently. I do not need them licked. Because then they'll get cold. And then I'll be grumpy. Right. Yeah, I know I'm always grumpy. Anyway, I know we didn't do exactly a lot today. I will take a picture of it so that it can be the thumbnail, like we did some work. Because we did, well, a couple of bits of Snake. That's about all we really did do. But we've had great chat today. And you have cheered me up phenomenally after such a joyous week of things that I've been doing. Don't forget to join Discord. You can continue textually chatting later. ! Discord if you did not know. There are also ! Socials that will give you the where to find me elsewhere. Which I have been pretty bad about posting actually. Because I try to post the videos, but it gets really boring. Hey, here's today's video. We did some shit. Yeah. So yeah. But don't forget, they are on YouTube later if you missed a bit and you desperately want to know. Don't bother. They're on YouTube for my sanity. I expect no living soul. Yeah, I really don't expect anyone to ever watch my YouTube videos because, well, anything that was live always seems a bit weird when it's not live anymore. Because you're not part of the conversation, but there's a conversation going on, right? Or, you know, lots of welcomes to people that have been and gone. Might not even be alive today, for all you know, depending on how long ago it was. You know, all of this kind of stuff. And it's, to me, live. And so, I don't expect anyone to do it, but what it is for me is a diary, really, of how my curtain grew. That is more, but I am letting people sit. That's the difference, right? Now, there are some videos that are a bit more dip in and watch, such as the How I Made a Bobbin, right? But for the most part, I don't expect people to watch them at all. Because, well, if you weren't there, and it's not like you just wanted to show someone something because you saw it and you wanted to show someone else, I don't really see why. You know, it's not like, oh, look. She was doing this and she showed this picture. Look at this picture. Look. Blimey, that does seem a long time ago, doesn't it? Yeah, I'd have been doing Shroud of the Avatar. Then I'd have been in the old house as well. How? Claws? I'm still the same grumpy me. There are people. I mean, I do know that Christy watches, for example. And it seems strange to me, but if Christy wants to watch it, that's great. I just don't understand it. It's one of those, like lots of things in life, there are things that you can go, no, I don't get that. I don't see why anyone ever would insert whatever, right? But if you really, really want to, and it's meaningful and working for you, hallelujah, right? However, don't get it. So, other than maybe you wanted to catch the start of something because you came in on a conversation, you were wondering what the start was, or you missed a bit and you had to leave and you were interested to know how it turned out. I get kind of watching it for that little reason, to catch up on a bit you missed. But other than that, don't really get it. But people do. Random people do seem to watch them, so, or at least bits of them, or go, what is this shit, and put the phone down, you know, kind of run away. That's also fine. I get it. Don't expect people, as I say, when I started out doing this, one of the first things I remember explaining was, I am doing this publicly, but I am not doing this because I expect tens of thousands of people to go and watch me. I do not expect to be the next Asmongold. I am not in it for the money. I know there are ads, but I'm not in it for the money. I don't expect people to watch. I love it when you do, and I love having the conversations, because believe me, sitting here going plonkety plonkety plonk with no one to talk to is kind of boring, right? Especially as, like, you know, I have to be careful what I would listen to. Now, I have managed to get it set up so arguably I could listen to audiobooks, etc. and you don't have to. But at the same time, you know what I mean? It is kind of, I do it because it's company for me while I do crafting, which is quite nice. And so having conversation around it, I know we've talked a lot today, but having conversations around it really do make it far more enjoyable and make the time fly. Well, you see, I'm not very social. In fact, I'm very antisocial. In fact, me going out... Can we get off? Go off. Can you get off me? You drag my duvet off my legs again. Me going out. If I tell you, going out to the hospital yesterday, I think was the second time I've been out in a year. I live alone. I have no problem with not seeing people. It's not that I hate them all. Don't get me wrong, there are people out there that are nice and I like them. But I know what they look like. I feel a bit like my friend Rachel, who once said to me, I don't need to eat that chocolate cake because I know what it looks like. I know what it tastes like. And I'm going, but I need to eat it because I know what it tastes like and I like it. I feel a bit like that about people. I know what they're like. So you can send me a text and I know what you mean. I get it, right? Or I'll ask a question and then get it, right? So I don't need to see you to do that. So I think of many of you as my friends, and I've never met you, but I would help if I could. Rory, what are you trying to be a good boy to make up for it? I think you got a tooth on the nose there. I do. I think that's why we were licking our lips. I think you got toothed. Well, then she got her own back. I do suffer a bit from that. So much as I enjoy talking to you guys, I wouldn't if we all sat in a room. I'd be really embarrassed. I'd be quite... I don't know about you, but I do the thing where the more embarrassed I feel, the louder and more blatantly socially awkward I get. It's almost like the, hey, I feel stupid. Hey, look at me, because I'm really feeling bad about all of this. So I'm going to bring attention to myself. Let's not. But I do find it a lot easier because obviously I can't see you. I can't see you looking at me. I can't see any kind of, oh, that was a weird thing to say. I don't get any of that feedback unless you actually say it. I don't know. And I can be completely oblivious and have happy conversations. I'm glad it's not just me. But I am social, but I am social in controlled areas, shall we call it. I like the fact that I know that technically 100 people could waltz in here. I know they won't, but someone could raid me with 20,000 viewers and I would be mortified because I remember when someone did it with about 100 and I fucking nearly died. But at the same time, I can't see you. If no one said anything, there could be 20,000 people watching right now and I wouldn't know. And I'd feel comfortable because I don't know. But at the same time, a bit like talking into a camera on TV kind of thing, if I'm doing this, I really do want to think someone's watching. And I think that it bothers me, the idea that no one's watching, but it also bothers me that too many people watch because, well, that's embarrassing. And obviously, I rant about lots of weird things and say things and probably shouldn't. And it is difficult. I'm a bit like that. Yeah, free range kind of ad hoc social crap. Especially part of the thing about like customer service is, that either you've got the answers or who you can go to for the answers or where you can find the answers for later to get back to them. when you're social, you don't know what the subject's really going to be. It could be anything, and or who or how many it's just complicated, isn't it, Rory? Be like being thrown into a tennis ball pit. Too many tennis balls, and you wouldn't know which one to go for. Oh, if I found a good bit. Did I? I found a good bit. I'm silly. Aren't you? Am I silly? Yeah, sure. Yes, I know. He's a good boy. Well, yeah. I mean, the problem is there's small talk, and then when, clearly most of us share a trait or two, we try small talk and people get offended and weirded by it, and it's like, well, what's the difference? It's like we were saying about hoarding, about how, if you have a collection of like 16th century dolls, it's a collection. But if I've got a pile of wool, I'm a hoarder. Small talk's the same. You talk about your thing, so I mention my thing and suddenly I'm a weirdo. Well, it's just... how many times have you gone into an office, if any of you work in an office, and there'll be talk about football or something, and it's dull as arse. But if you talked about knitting, oh my God, you'd be a leper, right? And there is a bit of you going, well, yours is just as dull as mine if you're not interested. Anyway, I'm going to go and order some food, because we're hungry. Yes. We're very hungry. Rory's hungry, doggy. So all that tilty head for. If you tilt that head much more, it's going to come off. It is. You're hungry. Seriously, that's got to be a good 80-degree tilt, that dog. That's pretty impressive. Off you go. So yes, we need to order some food, and I do think Naga burgers are the for food du jour, because, well, Naga burgers. Fair enough. Hopefully, if work doesn't shit on me from a great height, I will be trying to stream midweek next week. But if I fail, please do not judge me too hard. It is work dependent. I do want to try and get back into doing more of them, because, well, otherwise this is going to take 3 billion lifetimes. Because when we were doing it every day, we did get a good pace going. The problem is, I don't want to do it not on camera, because then it's not part of my diary. But at the same time, by the time I've done a working day, I'm really not in the mood. And so I do other things, watch some shit TV. By the way, Aquaman hit Amazon Videos today on Prime. If you've ever watched one of like those Z-rate volcano movies where almost like the backdrop is a man shaking a piece of paper, I know they spent millions on it, but that's kind of the quality of Aquaman 2. I'm sorry, it's shit. I got about half an hour into it, and then it was time to stream, and I was actually quite relieved. Plus, it's got Amber Heard in it, and, well, yeah. But I thought she'd been cut out of it. I thought they were cutting her out of it, but apparently not. She's definitely in it, sadly. I am not. Yay! But yeah, I shall be here definitely next Friday, if not before. I will try for before, but as I say, please do not judge if I fail. But it's been I've absolutely enjoyed this afternoon. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again soon or next week. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.